Council and committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call.
All members of council are present, your worship, with the exception of councillors Butler and McDermott.
Thank you. There are two addendums this evening. One is with respect to correspondence from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority relative to the Harbortown Village subdivision and applications. And the second is a presentation and delegation by Casey Bruins on behalf or with respect to the land committee minutes and the Church on the Beach issue. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There are no notices of upcoming public meetings, and there are no public meetings this evening. So that takes us then to consent agenda items. Could I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Zanko. Are there any questions with respect to the items in the consent agenda? I'll go to Councillor Nutt first. Councillor Lubberts, if it looks like you have questions. Okay, Councillor Nutt.
Thank you, Worship. Not really a question. I just want to thank the chief for bringing forward the year-end report on fire department emergency services. I think that our firefighters in the community do a great deal of good work, and it's nice to see that this kind of report, and I think it's important for the community to know that they respond to more than 1,000 calls a year, and only 8% of those calls were actual fire calls. So they do a lot of other work that's very important to the community that oftentimes gets overlooked, and I'd just like to recognize the chief, thank him for bringing that report forward, and also to thank our volunteer firefighters.
Yeah, that's, the report certainly highlights the amount of time and involvement of our volunteers, both the suppressant. So this is an entirely volunteer fire department in terms of suppressing fires. And the report addresses the number of hours both in firefighting and in training hours for our volunteer firefighters, and also highlights a significant amount of time that retired firefighters are spending in terms of public education. So your volunteers and your staff, Chief, are to be commended. Are there any other questions? I did, Mr. Cookett, want to raise the issue of the parking ticket situation. Fewer parking tickets in 2017 than in 2016, part of it because of the crush of work on the bylaw enforcement officers. Do you anticipate that will change with the hiring of a new or additional resources in the bylaw enforcement department?
I certainly do. The weather didn't cooperate as well, so we didn't have as many people parking illegal at the beach locations. But we are advertising for another bylaw officer that was approved in this year's budget. That individual will be starting probably in a few months.
So, can you be any more specific?
As far as the numbers of
No, in terms of, you said several months?
yes, the start date for the individual, yes, we have to go through the hiring process. So it's out there, it's being advertised. We'll go through an interview process and then select the appropriate candidate.
But we would anticipate someone being on board by late spring, early
Correct.
summer. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, I'll call the question with respect to the consent agenda items. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to corporate and community services. Councillor Nutt, I'll hand the chair to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate and Community Services is now open. We do have two presentations delegations tonight. I'd like to start with the first presentation delegation by William S. Hine and William S. Hine and Company. If he can come to the podium, please. Can you please turn on the mic? Thank you. Hello, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is William Hine. I'm a U.S. citizen, but I also have a home at 98 Promenade Way, Crystal Beach, Canada, that I live here approximately, well, throughout the whole summer.
Thank you, sir. You can proceed when ready.
I'm sorry, sir?
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Church on the Beach. This is our brochure. It's just the front page of a 4-page advertisement. Okay. Church on the Beach, why are we here? In 2016, we were denied our application to have Church on the Beach. It was reversed after we appealed it to the mayor and the city council. Now, again, in this year, January 15th of 2018, again, we were denied. The town advises, sorry to inform you that the beach, will not be available for your services as construction will be taking place over the summer months. I called the town and asked them, will the beach be open to the public? And we revised, yes, it will be open to the public. Just a brief history of Church on the Beach. The first service, we had 33 people plus 1 dog. It started in 2011. The average attendance was 57. This past year was 2017. We averaged 923. Each week, there's probably about 50% new people that attend the service. So because of vacationers, people coming in from out of town, it's different every week. This past year, we had a 4.4% increase. We basically have leveled off, and we foresee that happening in future years. This was our very first service. The service is held on the west end of the beach. At this service, I think we had about 33 people there. The actual service is held on the public beach. If you notice the rocks there, on the other side of the rocks is the private beach. We have permission from all the homeowners that we are in front of. They do allow us to have, they have okayed us having the beach there. We store our tents and tables there. One of the houses supply coffee. Another one supplies electricity. Another house, we put our signage up on their rails. This, again, if you look very closely, almost to the center of the tent back by the water, there's our dog that was at the first beach. At the same time, we do realize, and we abide by this, no dogs can pass those rocks. Otherwise, we're in violation of the town code. No dogs allowed on the beach. Private beach, they're allowed there. We're like any other church. If you look kind of almost in the center there, the gentleman, he's probably taking a nap, but we'll wake him up afterwards. Past problems. In 2014, we had too many people at the beach, and it was a problem. We did call the town. The mayor, not our present mayor, was out of town, and we never received a phone call back. 2016, a few complaints about the parking from Schooley Road. We were never advised about it until after the season was over. The result was we supplied the cottages with 2 orange cones free of charge. The other problems with parking, not trying to pass the blame on anybody, but in 2016, the parking prices increased from $2 per hour to $4, and then from $5 to $10 for the day. And most people would most likely try to find free parking. When we had a problem in 2014, this gentleman, his name is Nick Wojciech. He's a motivational speaker. We picked him up. He spoke at Kingdom Bound, and he charges $25,000 to come speak. We had him come speak for $200. Didn't cost the town, didn't cost us hardly anything. There's about 2,200 people there. In the next video here, we probably used about maybe a fifth of the beach, and that's when we had 2,200 people here. It was a problem. We had too many people. This map here is showing Schooley Road. It's kind of off of Erie Road going north. There's where there was a problem for the parking. If you look over, I would have thought we would have had problems from Ashwood or Cherrywood, but we didn't, because all the people enter through the Ashwood Avenue. I don't want to say everybody, probably 90% of the people enter towards Ashwood to come to church on the beach. Cost for church on the beach, this is just for insurance. In 2011, we paid $291. 2017, we paid $756. Makes sense. More people, more cost for insurance. We do not accept an offering at Church on the Beach. We're funded by a $5,000 grant, and we pay our speakers and musicians an honorarium, usually about $200. Church on the Beach number of services from 2011 to 2017, it's ranged from 7 to 11. There's been a total of 65 in 7 years. We've had 2 cancellations, one for rain and one for wind. So Church on the Beach brings good weather to Fort Erie. Permits and applications. In 2011, we dealt with Ingrid Cowley. We paid nothing. All the way up to 2015, we've paid absolutely nothing for Church on the Beach. 2016, we start paying $5,000. The reason for that is it was actually suggested by Church on the Beach, and the reason we picked $5,000 because of the master plan. That was what was recommended that the food trucks pay. That will eventually be out there in front of the new master plan beach. So we agreed to pay the $5,000. 2017, to our surprise a little bit, but we agreed to pay it. Our donation went from $500 a service to $850 a service. But we have to do as requested. It was a 75% increase, though. Church on the Beach, it's a non-denominational worship service, all-inclusive, speakers and musicians, Canadians and Americans, Caucasians, African-American, Latino, et cetera, male and female, pastors and lay people. Not all speakers are pastors. We have lay people speak. Ages, newborn infants. The past few years, we have a lady who comes there who's 100 years old. We say we're all-inclusive. These are all the Canadian churches that we passed out. If you come to our church on the beach, all these churches have been supportive of us, and it's growing year by year. We have what's called the Holy Rollers. Pastor Dave and the Journey Church from Crystal Beach, they volunteer every summer. We have approximately 10 people per service that come in and utilize the wheelchairs that come into our service. Church on the Beach, I think, and I'm not guaranteeing this, but every service we have sign language interpretation for the hearing impaired. For every service now, and if we were having 2018, we would have hearing impaired also in the service. Umbrellas, if we have a sprinkle, or some people use it because it's too sunny, we have 150 umbrellas that we utilize. The Town of Fort Erie Bay Beach Master Plan, I'm just bringing this up because I think Church on the Beach does a lot of things that were mentioned in the master plan. I'm just going to run through this real quick. If you can read, it's 100, and the yellow square, it's 150 meters to the red square. The red square is where the construction is going to be taking place. We're at the complete opposite end where the construction is going to be taking place. It'll be at least 125 meters from where the construction is taking place. Again, for the master plan, they want to enhance the beach experience. This is what the master plan came up with, and they also said they are beach events. Bay Beach as a catalyst for the revitalization for Crystal Beach. I think we meet that need. More active programming for the beach. Again, I think we meet that need. It's very hard to see, it's almost impossible, but there's additional parking. If you look to the right, the tree line there is Erie Road, and the path going to Crystal Beach is Ashford, but right to the right, there's the Hill Association parking. There's parking there for 230 cars. Parking, a handicap, let's see here, what do we have? Parking was handicapped in the past, but the town, I think, has done a good job of providing parking for the future. especially by bringing in the Hill Association. Accessibility for Disability Act, we've made provisions for that, for the hearing impaired, for the wheelchairs. Use of Lower Beach for events. You'll also hear the very first line, the Lower Beach is currently used for regular organized events such as Church on the Beach. In this report, we've probably been mentioned 4 or 5 different times. So when they did the report, they were considering Church on the Beach. Again, this is for the disabled. And I'm just going to run through a couple of these because maybe running out of time a little bit. Going the wrong way, I think, here. Sorry about that. Permit fees, again, we are paying a permit fee. It was recommended. Again, you'll see our name mentioned there by Church on the Beach. Roles and responsibilities of various partners. We consider ourselves a partner for the town. Tourism, marketing, and promotion of Bay Beach and Crystal Beach, I think that's what we do. We're promoting Church on the Beach. The way we do that is WD6 Radio, which is stationed in Buffalo. It's a Christian radio station, but their major market is Southern Ontario. They go all the way up to Toronto, and they promote Church on the Beach every week throughout the summer. If you were to convert that into Canadian dollars, it'd be at least $20,000 that we receive free of charge. The town doesn't pay a nickel towards it. We also work with South Niagara Life Ministries. It's an organization in Fort Erie. They work with the people who need counseling. And over the years, we have referred many people to them. A couple different reasons. We're only there through the summer. We are not professional counselors, so we refer them to South Niagara Life Ministries. They're excellent at it. We have dealt with people who are considering suicide. We're dealing with people who are drug addiction, alcohol addiction. We take those people, hopefully off the street, and send them off to South Niagara. So I think we're helping the town in their way. What Church on the Beach brings to the community, there's more than 900 visitors per week, 80% from out of town, many from the U.S. We begin arriving at 8:50 and begin leaving at 9:55. We have in the past paid $3,300 of paid advertising for Church on the Beach to the Fort Erie Times. There's $20,000 worth of advertising, radio advertising. We have a Facebook page. We have a team of volunteers. There's 40 volunteers that come there at 6:30. They clean up the beach. And then after the service, they stay there. We break down. We clean up the beach. So we're cleaning up the beach. We have favorable relationships with local businesses. We know people stick around. Not all 900 stay at the beach. A certain percentage do. Some go to restaurants. Some buy ice cream. So we're bringing dollars to the community. This is just an email that we received from Richard Brady. The first one is in 2016. I received positive reports about your activity and no complaints. Keep doing whatever you are doing. 2017, we received this email. This year went fine, so maybe something similar next year is possible. And just want to say in closing, I have one other thing that's not on the PowerPoint. I just would like to, it is in the pamphlet that I have given to the counselors. Hopefully you've received them, but if you haven't, they can be passed out. But the other question I just want to bring up, because I know this has come up because this has also come up in Buffalo. We have taken the concept for Church on the Beach to the Buffalo Bills, and this past year we did it at the very last game. But it came up, well, if we do it for you, what about other religions? That's a good question. But at the same time, we are a Christian organization, Protestant, Catholic, and we worship on Sunday mornings. And in this report, the 5 major religions of the world, they don't worship on Sunday mornings. Just real quickly, Judaism, it's either Friday and Saturday evenings. Islam, they have a special day for congregational prayers, Friday at noon. Buddhism, attend a temple worship in their homes. Hinduism, there is no set day for worship in Hindu. Seventh-day Adventist is on Saturday night. So if that were to come up, those, that's fine. The town has another, source of income if they choose to do that. And if that were to come up in our 7 years, it's never come up. But if that were ever to become a problem, we're not here to cause any problems. We're here to work with the town, be a partner with the town. And so thank you very much for allowing Church on the Beach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hine. Do any councilors have questions or comments? Councilor Zenko and Councilor Pacero?
Okay, Steve, do you have any questions?
Do you?
I do.
Here.
Oh,
Mine's working.
oh, I'm sorry.
Here.
Mine's working. Later on, it will be.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, just a question. First of all, I think what you guys do is quite extraordinary. The pictures are just incredible to me, and I do hope to actually attend your Church on the Beach, hopefully this year. And I also wanted to make mention of the fact that we've received many, many emails from, I'm guessing it's probably some of your members. And the emails that we're receiving were mostly that, you would hope that the town would support Church on the Beach. And so when I immediately received these emails after reading the report, I did contact staff just to confirm, and we do support your Church on the Beach. I think, what I know is the concern is this year is the construction and safety to your visitors. So my question to you is there any other areas that you would consider Church on the Beach for this year?
Okay. When you mentioned about the safety of the people coming to, we do, when I showed you, I believe, we have a $2 million policy that we obtained through the town for insurance in case anybody were to be hurt. So if the safety is concerned for our churchgoers, I think it would be the same as the safety for anyone else who's going to the public beach. Because the public beach, as far as we know, we've been told that it is going to be open to the public.
Thank you. And yes, just further, to my understanding, it's access. And I know that there has been occasions, and I think quite consistently, there's been occasions where you've mentioned you've had about 900 visitors. And from my understanding, that's the concern.
Well, over the, like I said in my presentation, we've leveled off, and we had a 4.4% increase. And it's usually typical of almost all churches, whatever your capacity is. Now, even though we have the whole beach there, we're not going to grow very much more, for the simple reason you have the people on the stage. You can't see the people when you're over 25 meters out. They're going to be about this big.
Right.
So,
but I don't think, I think growth is a good thing, and I think that the more visitors you have is fantastic. It's just this year, given the construction that's happening, that's the concern. So I just wanted to point out, and especially to your members, that we very much support Church on the Beach.
Sure.
It's just this year it will be a construction zone, and this year access will be difficult to that many people. And that's why my question is, would you ever consider a different beach this year, like Waverly or?
Well, we have not considered that, but I think once you start changing the venue, it would probably cause a lot of conflict. And even this past year, a good example would be, we were told that we couldn't have it on holidays. So we only had 7 services rather than 10. Well, we got that information out to everybody, we thought, but people still showed up on holidays, say, where's church on the beach? What happened? And we advertised beforehand it wasn't going to happen, but people still showed up. So to try to change the venue, I think there would be a big decline in that. And then, like I also mentioned earlier, we have the storage of the tables, the tents, the equipment right there. We also get our electricity there. We also have our signage there. We have the people make the coffee right there at the homes right behind us. So to try to move all that to some new beach, just to have Waverly, I don't know how the electricity is. We have all the permission from the local people of all the homes right there, because this beach, the church is happening right in front of their houses.
And you know what, I understand that, and again, I don't think there's any question. My question primarily is given the construction, but that's okay. Thank you very much. You've explained.
We're at the complete west end. All the construction is going to be taking place on the east end.
But the entranceway, I think.
No, the entranceway, almost 90% of the people come through the Ashwood entrance. Very few people come through the main entrance. Very few.
But you know what, I'm going to save my questions to when the report's on the floor, just to be more specific.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zanko. Councilor Passero?
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hine, thank you. I want to support you. I'm hoping that I can support you when this report comes up, but I have a couple concerns and a couple of questions, and I'm hoping you can put my mind at ease. How do you ensure that we don't get to a spot where we have over 2,000 people to one of your services again?
Well, number one, we have no plans to bring in a major speaker like we did in the past. We're not going to do that because we know the town does not like that. That happened in 2014. Even to our surprise, we were not expecting that. So we know what our capacity is, and we're open to the town as you kind of tell us what your desires on. If you want us to have a cap on it, we'll abide by it. My only thought would be the more the better, but if you say no, fine, no problem.
Secondly, and Councilor Zanko started the conversation, I think staff's concern, and one of my concerns as well, is that Ashwood entrance. And it's not really for the use of the people attending church on the beach, but my concern is not encroaching or having your church service encroach upon that entrance that would somehow block or preclude anybody else from coming down and utilizing that space. Of the services you've had, how often do you get past or up towards that entrance?
The one service when we had 2,200 people.
That was the only
yeah,
one
that
so
was
far.
the only time.
Okay.
People do come down that and they'll walk over to the beach. That's fine.
Okay.
So there's no problem there.
For this year, given that it is extenuating circumstances, would you have any concern with town staff delineating a parcel for your use that would
No, not at all.
begin west of that Ashwood Avenue entrance?
None whatsoever. Just would cause people to sit closer to each other. Because a lot of people, it's natural to, and we would prefer that. We would welcome that.
I think that's why my microphone's not working. I've never sat this close to the mayor before.
Yeah. You know, we could probably even do that ourselves. If that would be a requirement, we could put up a temporary snow fence and put it up and take it down.
Okay. The only other comment I wanted to make, and I'll reiterate it when the report's on the floor, but I know I got a couple of emails that were very direct at staff for this decision. And I just want to say that, you know, staff and how they review things, I think they made the right decision. It's up to us as a council to kind of bend those rules and see where we can work with you. So I don't want anybody to have any type of negativity towards staff because, you know, given all the information they have and trying to look out for what's best for everybody, I think they did arrive at the right conclusion, but it's up to us to kind of explore a little further with yourselves as to how we can make this work for 2018. And based on the answers you've given me, I know that cooperation would be there. So I'll bring up a couple of those items when the staff report's on the floor, but I look forward to your cooperation to making this work.
Okay. Will the staff reporting tonight on the floor?
It's up
Yes, it's
later
it's on,
in this subcommittee.
It's on the floor tonight.
That's great. Let me just say, it's been a pleasure working with the staff, every one of them. We may have some disagreements here or there, but that's life. But they've dealt professionally and always treated me very well. So I respect their decisions and I respect the way they've acted.
Excellent. One more thing, if I could, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hine, you noted...
One more thing.
My last one more thing. Mr. Hine, you noted in your presentation, it was on one of the slides where you referenced the Bay Beach Master Plan.
Yes.
And it was regarding the use of the lower beach. And you highlighted those provisions. And the one thing I also wanted to draw attention to is that it went on to say that we need to reevaluate how we utilize that space for events.
Okay.
And I think something along the lines of maybe delineating an area, making sure that it's within that area so it's not encroaching too far. In my mind, that would go a long way to ensuring that the beaches, I know Church on the Beach is open to everyone,
Yeah.
but somebody just coming down for a Sunday stroll with their dog who's coming down that Ashwood Avenue entrance because they have no other choice and encounters 1,000 people there, may not know what's going on. So if we can kind of work towards
be
maybe
glad to.
delineating something like that.
One problem, though, Counselor. Don't bring
Yep.
your dog down that beach. You
No,
get a
no,
ticket.
I know. We get those complaints too. Yeah, I saw there was no leash on the dog, but it was on the other side of the
Right,
rock.
there you
So
go.
yeah, no worries.
Just one other thing, very, very minor, but that entrance is not wheelchair accessible. When you're doing your renovations, where the man gate, lady gate, where you walk through, a wheelchair cannot get through there. We have worked this out with the town. The town will come, and has done, in which we thank you very much. They come and open the gate so the people can come through on the wheelchair. So you may want to make that wheelchair accessible in the future.
Yeah, and
So that's
yeah,
just a
just to answer that.
suggestion.
I think this year we're going to be asking everybody for a lot of patience as we get through the construction period, but I know the end result will be worth the hassle in the short term. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hine.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Luberts? And then His Worship will wrap us up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hine, thank you very much, and I really appreciate all the effort that you guys put into Church on the Beach. I get a lot of positive remarks from the people in the community, not just in Crystal Beach, but all over Fort Erie. Just looking at the slide that we have here, it pretty much shows that, and I'm thinking that the end of the crowd is basically right around the Schooley Road, road allowance there, or more or less where the properties end. Is that,
No way. no.
where's the end of this here crowd?
Let me see if it goes back here. It's mainly by the entrance of Ashwood.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the further end.
Oh, the further end?
Yeah, it looks to me like you didn't go much further than where Schooley Road is.
Oh, well, we don't even
From
go.
Ashwood over. You didn't go much further.
No,
than
we don't
that.
even go close
And
to
that
Schooley
was,
Road.
that seemed to me like that was your
No.
capacity crowd.
No, we don't even go close to Schooley Road.
So, you wouldn't have a problem if staff were to ask if you put up like those roll fencing?
Right.
Just to keep the crowd away from the construction zone?
Oh, well, we're at least 125 meters away
Yeah,
from the
yeah, I
construction
understand that, but
Well, no, we would
I
have
think
no
their
problem.
concern is people wandering around, and
Right.
so we can,
zone. We would have no problem.
so that wouldn't be a problem. And if by chance you get 2,000 people this year, is there a possibility that maybe you could speak with the neighbors to the east and see if you get an overabundance of people and the fence at Schooley Road isn't, you require more if you could encroach just for this summer once in a while, if need be.
Okay, well, I can
Would
almost
that be a
assure you, it won't
possibility
be
to
over
speak to them?
2,000.
I know,
Yeah.
I listened to you earlier, and you said how grateful the neighbors were, and I'm sure maybe Tennyson Yacht Club
Yeah.
would understand the situation and say, if you have a problem, you
Yes,
could
we'd be
encroach.
glad to do that.
Yeah, because what I'm seeing here, I really don't see a problem with the amount of people that you have. There's thousands of people that use the Ashwood entrance to get it on and off the beach on a daily basis.
Right.
And there's going to be even thousands of people on the entire beach during construction. And that's during the week and on weekends. I don't know that the construction crew will be working on Sunday
I doubt that.
to interfere with your church, so. But they will be working during the week when people are on the beach.
Right,
So I don't know, I don't see a problem with what you're doing. I'm going to support continuing with Church on the Beach for this summer.
Right.
I don't see that it's going to interfere with construction at all. The
Thank you.
insurances are all in place, and I think maybe we're just going to need a couple little things, maybe a fence, and maybe talk to the neighbors and see if you can use their beach for some overflow.
okay.
Yeah, thank you
Yes,
very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. I'll save most of mine for the report. After the incident that occurred in 2014 where you had the large overcrowding, was that dealt with in 2015 by some arrangement with the town, some agreement with respect to notification to the town if there were anticipated large crowds?
It was dealt with, my memory isn't the greatest, but it was dealt either at the end of 2014 or the beginning of 2015.
So
It
there
was
is,
dealt with.
if I might, Mr. Chair, is there a
You may.
protocol in place then if you anticipate crowds over 750 people?
According to the permit that we had last year, if it was going to be over 950, we were to advise the town.
Okay. And one final question.
Yes, Your Worship.
The terms and conditions of the permit last year, are they acceptable to you this, for 2018?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Mr. Heine.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call the next presenter to the podium, please. Casey Bruins of 4095 Erie Road. Good evening, Mr. Bruins.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to me. My wife couldn't be here tonight, but I'm here. We live at the Ashwood entrance, and we've enjoyed living there. We've been there for 15 years. We've seen the Church on the Beach, and it's held not directly in front of our property, because quite often they're over to the left, and very rarely will they come past actually where the entrance is. I'm not associated at all with the church. I just want to make that clear. But I got to tell you about our history of problems with the church. The problem is we're having no problems. The attendees are well behaved, they're respectful, they're very friendly, they clean up, as they said, after themselves, and they're only there for an hour while church is on. Now, I want you to think of this timing. They get there at 9, they're gone by 10. Your beachgoers are not arriving till around 11. Most go from 11 to 6 or 7. There's no conflict. They're not even taking up beach parking. So they only use a small portion of the beach. They've never blocked the entryway as far as I know, and I'm sitting there Sunday having my coffee, reading my paper. So I've talked to my neighbors, and they have no complaints either, none that I know of. Yes, there was one day when it was crowded, but they were cleared out of there before the beachgoers got there. And I have to tell you, on a busy beach day, there's 4,000 to 5,000 people on that beach. So if you have construction this summer, and it's going to happen after the beachgoer, I wouldn't be worried about the church. I'd be worried about 4,000 or 5,000 people being on that beach. So in the past, I've watched many groups on our beach, and I've enjoyed it. We have volleyball, which the town helps support, a nice volleyball league, and they attract visitors to our area. Surfboarders, large extended family picnics. I've seen wrestling. That was quite interesting. My son liked the wrestling. We've seen parachutists. I think that was last year. They landed. The Lions, we have horseshoe tournaments. And the church picnics of all faiths are there. You can see, I remember last year the Baptist Church of Buffalo pulled up. There was a church from Toronto, a group of Muslims pulled up. That beach is used by all faiths and all types of people. I don't know if they've all paid $5,000 like this group has, or any user fees at all. I know the Lions don't. I let them use. I own out a little ways, and we sneak a use part of the beach too to do our horseshoe tournament. My wife and I, Ruth and I, can't buy into this construction argument. You got to think of the upper beach and the lower beach. If you walk the property, you'll know it. The upper beach is where the majority of the improvements are going to take place, and even though the armor wall is going to happen between the lower beach and the upper beach, that area is going to be blocked. I do understand that, and I understand the need for public safety. But where are the other 5,000 people going to go? I'd like to know that. I think you should have an answer on that. So the concern shouldn't be the little tiny piece of the beach these guys use for a very 1 hour period, and they're gone before the crowds are there. You got to remember that. So they're not conflicting, they're actually complementary, and a number of these people stay after the service and go to the beach and enjoy the beach for the day. So I guess if we start charging a $5 fee or whatever, we're going to have to charge them too for that. So there's another benefit. I've got to ask about, if it's not this group, then what group can use the beach this summer? Are we going to restrict everybody? I mean, we've just attracted people. We're just getting these tourists to town now? And now we're going to say, sorry, construction. And we're having construction through the 2 busiest months of the year and not accommodating people that want to attend the beach. If we have that whole west end blocked off, and you can't, that's where the parking is, right across the street. Where are the people going to go? They're going to walk all the way down to Ashwood and haul all their stuff down there? You're hurting tourism. You're not helping. In Toronto, when they have this problem, they have a manway. They have a pedestrian way. And people can walk through it. It's very restricted. It has a cover if they're doing construction. Can't we accommodate people that way too? But I don't see the construction being an issue at that end of the beach and for the size of service they generally do have. So, and I'd like us to remember our history. Crystal Beach was founded by groups having activities on the beach. It was church groups at the beginning. And out of that, we have a pretty darn good community that's come forth. So I'm asking you to do the right thing here. That's why I'm here tonight. I'm not a member of this church. I don't even attend the services. But I think we have to do the right thing, not just for this group, for all groups. And then we have to be aware of the safety of our people that are going to come this summer. We got to rethink this planning around the construction and what's going to happen there, and allow for people to attend the beach, not trying to push them away. So Ruth and I believe the people of Crystal Beach and Fort Erie want the town to allow any group to peacefully and respectfully assemble and to follow the rules that are laid out by the town, and most do. You'll get the odd, vulgar few that play loud music with profane language, but other than that, most people go to that beach to enjoy it. They count on it for the weekends, and if you restrict them in this far, if you take a third, I read in the report, I think a third or a quarter of the beach is going to be blocked off, you're really harming yourself. So just wanted to put that out there, and I want to support. My wife and I do think the Church and the Beach and any other group should be allowed to have activities there this summer. So I'd like the council to carefully consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you could just remain at the podium for a moment. I'm going to ask the gallery to remain quiet, please. It's not an open public meeting. He's registered as a delegate. Let's give council the opportunity to ask him any questions and give him the respect to answer so that everybody listening at home can hear his answers. Go ahead, Councillor Luberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Casey, I don't have any questions. Just want to let you know I agree with you. And thank you very much for coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luberts. Are there any other councillors who wish to comment? Councillor Passero.
Thank you, Casey. Any concerns on the northern side? So not the beach, but from a parking related point of view. You've got a bird's eye view there.
I am concerned about parking because my driveway gets blocked regularly, but never by the church people. And we have hired more, I heard the mayor earlier, no, not the mayor, I think it was Councillor Nutt saying that we've hired more people to take care of that situation this year.
One more additional officer. Yes.
And hopefully that will help in the enforcement. I don't know if enforcement alone will do it, but it'll be a good thing. But there's always going to be problems when you have 5,000 people coming in from out of town. But in this case, even if there was 2,000 people from church, we have enough parking for that because they leave early. Now, if they come and they stay and they want to enjoy the beach and they're paying for parking, then you're going to have your regular crowd coming in too. But I have a feeling out of some of these peak days where we are about 4,000 or 5,000 people, maybe a couple hundred of those are still from the church. But that's a fraction of the total.
Very small fraction. Okay, thank you, Casey.
Are there any other?
If any of you ever want to come and look at the situation yourself, pop in, we'll give you a coffee, you can have a look.
Seeing that no other, yeah, the mayor wants to know how much a cup of coffee is.
$5 for you, Wayne.
Thank you very much for coming out, Mr. Burns. I just have one quick comment for you. It's always good to hear from people that are directly impacted by the events that go on, so thank you very much for registering tonight and coming out and speaking. Okay, we're going to move on to item now 8.2, which is reports, and the mayor has moved CAO-06LC 02-2018. Your mayor, go ahead.
Could I also move that we remove recommendation 1 from the report and deal with it separately?
Yes, your worship. Okay, the report is on the floor. The mayor has moved it with having recommendation number 1 removed. Comments or questions? Recommendation number 1.
It's about this issue.
The first recommendation that the mayor asked be removed to be dealt with separately states that council receives the February 15, 2018 Land Committee meetings attached as appendix number 1 to the report. Right, we're going to deal with the report first, then we're going to deal with the permit with regards to the church. Okay, so you want to move that we deal with the second recommendation first? I'm going to defer. Is that okay, Madam Clerk, that we deal with the second recommendation first, which concerns the permit for the church?
We can deal with them separately. We can deal with the last one first, but what we can't do is amend it to be in the negative. I would suggest that it would be lost if that's the way you're going to go with it when you vote. And then you can go back and amend recommendation number 1 in the manner that you wish to, so that you're approving the church on the beach.
Okay,
That's what you wish
so
to do.
just so everybody listening at home and in the gallery is clear, what the mayor's asking us to do is he's moving that we deal with the recommendation regarding the permit for the church first. And depending on how the vote goes, that will leave us with the answer whether we can amend the first, that in the report, which is the recommendation to accept the entire report and the minutes. Councilor Passero, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Working? Okay. So I understand staff's rationale behind this. I've heard enough from Mr. Hine in his presentation tonight of current information, and I appreciated his background overview of what's happened in years past. So I'm confident that we can reach some type of compromise with this group. My primary concern is the encroachment over onto that Ashwood Avenue entrance. But if we can kind of delineate something and set aside the space, it doesn't sound like they encroach upon that anyways. But just for peace of mind going forward, I completely take Casey's comments to heart. It is something that we do have to look at. I know that staff are evaluating right now, how do we phase this in, what the timelines will be, and how do we accommodate, because people aren't going to stop coming just because we have the upper portions under construction, but that's something we will have to deal with as the time comes. I see that and this issue as two very different things, as long as we can keep access to the Ashwood Avenue entrance open. So I will be voting to defeat the staff's recommendation, and then once on the floor, I will support issuing the permit for 2018. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, just a couple of questions maybe before I make some comments. The first question has to do with the construction that's going to be taking place. When is that anticipated to start?
Mr. Brady?
The RFP will be going out as soon as we finish our discussions with the Ministry of Natural Resources, and I would expect that construction could start as early as May.
Thank you, Mr. Brady, Your Worship.
And when the construction is taking place, I presume that we will be fencing off the area where construction is being undertaken?
Through your chair to the mayor, we will not be the contractor. It'll be his responsibility to fence off the construction area.
Since we own the property, I presume that we would require that of the contractor to ensure that there's separation between construction and the public?
Mr. Cookit?
Correct, through your chair to the mayor. Yes, it'll be part of the tendering documents that he will have to place a perimeter fence around the construction area.
And during, if I might, Mr. Chair, during the course of the construction, I presume that someone will be monitoring to ensure that not only is the construction being done in accordance with the contract, but that the separation, whether it's by fence or whatever, is in place throughout?
To you, Mayor, correct. So we will have our staff or the consultant who's looking after the project will be there daily monitoring the situation, both construction quality, quantity, and as well as the construction fence.
Thank you, Mr. Cookit, Your Worship.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. And in terms of the current arrangement with respect to use of the beach by the Church on the Beach, what are the parameters in general terms, if we could get that information?
Mr. Brady?
The general parameters outlines the number of times that Church on the Beach can use the beach. It outlines that they should not use it on long weekends because we have conflicts with parking in that area and many complaints. And it also outlines that, and I believe it's if it's over 750 that they expect that they're to inform the town.
Thank you, Mr. Brady, Your Worship.
And then there's a fee that's paid.
Mr.
Yes,
Brady?
there's a
Thank you.
And in
Your Worship.
terms of the access, I know that last year up until this year, the main entrance has always been open. But could we not put in any permit if we get to that point, a provision that the Ashwood entrance will not be blocked by the attendees at the Church on the Beach? And we could monitor that as opposed to having to put up some type of fencing or some other obstruction, which seems to me unnecessary.
Mr. Cookit?
We could put up some kind of temporary fence that limits the area that they could use. That could be part of the permit, absolutely.
Okay.
Worship.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So on the basis of the comments that I've heard, on the basis of the numerous emails, and I think Council would like to thank everyone who came out this evening in support of the Church on the Beach, and all those who sent us emails, which clogged our iPads this afternoon, and Mr. Bruins as well. And I know that there are a member of my fellow Lions here who spoke to me the other evening about this. I do agree with Councillor Paciro's comments that staff is trying in dealing with this issue to ensure that there's maximum protection of the public. I have supported this throughout the years, as Mr. Hine has indicated, and I still support it. I want it to be clear, though, and I think Mr. Hine touched on it, that my position would be that it really doesn't matter whether this is a Christian group or a group of any other religious affiliation. It seems to me that we have public park spaces, and that if the individuals who wish to use them obtain a permit, they comply with the provisions of that permit, they do not interfere with other users of the park or beach, that we should be open to this type of thing. And so I'm going to vote against the recommendation that the Land Committee carried, and I will move, Mr. Chair, if I get the opportunity, to permit use of the beach by a Church on the Beach again in 2018, subject to conditions similar to last year's and any additional conditions that might be required in order to ensure that there is access at Ashwood entrance.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Zanko, you said earlier you had questions, so I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, and I don't know if I should direct my questions to Mr. Cookett or Mr. Brady, but I guess my question is, well, first of all, I too want to support Church on the Beach for 2018. I also want to ensure that staff's concerns have been addressed, and some of the additional steps and measures that some of my colleagues have mentioned, I would like to get staff's input on that and comfort level on that. So I don't know.
Mr. Cookett? Mr. Brady? Mr. Cookett's deferring to you.
Thank you. Staff was concerned and is concerned about the safety. This is a major construction project. And when we tender it, the people who become in charge of it are the contractors, not the town staff. That's a part of the contract. So we lose a little control under those circumstances, and so therefore we believe safety is very important. So the idea of having a fence, I think, is very important to make sure that that goes in place. But I think we'll really have a good idea as to the degree of protection the contractor feels he needs when that contractor puts his fence in place. Because he'll put in a construction fence that he feels is necessary. This isn't just spades and shovels. This is heavy equipment that's going to be utilized.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Councillor Zenko?
Yes, thank you. Through you, and this would be to Mr. Cookett. Just out of curiosity, if need be, if we found that, as Church on the Beach carries on throughout the summer, if we had additional concern, could we not have weekend staff present during the Church on the Beach hour?
Through Councillor to Councillor Zenko, we could and we do. We have our own staff on the beach monitoring the beach. The one thing I do want to make note of is the contractor could very well ask to work Sundays. We're trying to limit the time that this construction takes place, and we're hoping to get it all done in one construction season. He could very well ask to work on a Sunday. The Church on the Beach would have to contend with that noise. I just want to make you aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Cookett. Councillor Zenko?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Councillor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. I understand, the concern of the safety, but I'm also looking at the slides and I'm looking at where these people gather for the Church on the Beach. And so I guess my question to staff is, what measures are we taking for the safety of the people that are going to be on the beach from Bay Beach all the way to the Ashwood entrance? Because they're going to be there, and there's going to be thousands of them on a good sunny day. They're going to be there. There's going to be 4,000 or 5,000 people down there. And what measures are we going to be taking to ensure their safety?
Mr. Cookett?
To you, Chair, to the Councillor, the difference is that we're issuing a permit allowing them to be on the beach. And basically by doing so, we're saying it's safe to be there. The general public will be there. We will monitor it. If we find they're getting too close to the construction fence, we'll have the ability to ask them to move further east towards, I'll call it the Palmwood.
And
Go ahead, Councillor.
And going forward with the construction company, excuse me, when they get there, they're going to be fencing off the whole upland area of Bay Beach, I'm assuming. So they're going to fence off right from Dr. Braun's house to the east over to the Moret property to the west. And there will be a fence all across there, and no going on the beach, no coming off the beach from that area.
Mr. Cookett?
That is correct. The whole area will be fenced off, be it the north, east, west, south, all sides will be fenced off with a construction fence.
So it sounds to me like the construction company is going to have it pretty well secured. I just don't get the idea of how the Church on the Beach has to ensure of all this safety, and we're worried about all this safety. They come there for an hour. And I saw they're pretty well organized. They bring their lawn chairs, they sit on the beach, they get their sermon. An hour later, they're up and in the coffee shop having a coffee, and you know, they're finished. They're not wandering around from one end of the beach to the other and walking around the construction site and stuff. So, I mean, I understand the idea of making sure things are safe, but it sounds like we're making a mountain out of an anthill here. You know, these people are pretty well organized. They know how things are going, and I don't see that there was any problem with having church on the beach. I think this could have all been handled with discussing things with the organizers and saying, look, maybe you need to have a little fence over there so that nobody walks over towards the construction area. And they can put a fence there because they don't get that many people. And then, like I said earlier, talk to the neighbors, see if you can encroach just for this summer, if you do get a bigger crowd. But I'm fully supportive of the church on the beach. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight, and I want to thank everybody for sending their emails. Your efforts obviously paid off, because it sounds to me like everybody's going to support you again for 2018. And congratulations.
Thank you, Councilor Luberts. Just a quick comment. I just want to thank staff for putting together the report. I know their eminent concern is public safety, which should be at the top of their mind at all times. But I agree with the mayor and my fellow councilors that we should support in turning it down. I think the group does deserve to come out on the beach in the manner that they have, and if we need to put further restrictions on it due to the construction, I think Mr. Brady will be able to work that out. Councilor Luberts, did you have another comment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just forgot this year. When Mr. Hine was up here earlier speaking about the fee that they're paying, he mentioned that there was an increase, and a 70% increase in fee to use the beach this year. Is that consistent with all the other fees that we're charging people for using, let's say, the Leisureplex, or for ice time, or for any other user fees that we have in this town? 70% increase seems to me like a lot. Is that consistent with all areas of Fort Erie?
Mr. Brady, can you answer that question?
I believe Mr. Hines' mathematics had to deal with the number of times it was at the beach. It wasn't a mathematical equation for the total amount that it was increased. So I don't believe, I mean, it went, if his slide is correct, from $5,000 to $5,800 and some odd dollars, which in my quick math doesn't sound like 70%. I believe it has to do with the fact that we also limited the number of times that the beach could be utilized. That was negotiated with Mr. Hine, and it was agreed upon.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the question was, is that consistent with all the other increases in fees for other facilities in Fort Erie? And maybe we can get the slide up here to verify that the math is either incorrect or correct.
Well, it's in the booklet that was supplied. I don't think we need to go back to the slideshow. And it says
One
in
way or another, let's get
2016,
it straight.
Councilor Luberts, in 2016 it was 5,000, in 2017 it was 5,950. Mr. Cook,
Hine, maybe you can explain a little more.
If I could just jump in real quickly. That is not standard. That is not our typical increase. I believe in this issue there was a request for additional days. I may be wrong in that, and I'm not sure how this new number came about, but or it was negotiated with Mr. Hine.
Mr. Hine?
We're finished now with your presentation and comments from the public. I know that Councilor Luberts wants an answer, so unless the chair wants to call you back to respond to more questions, you'll have to let us continue on.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So the
Go ahead,
increase is
Councilor
not
Roberts.
consistent with what we've been increasing other facilities in the town, and it's, like, maybe someone can answer why? Why are we charging more for people to use the beach or increasing on a percentage?
Mr.
And we're
Cookett?
not increasing the same percentage anywhere else in Fort Erie?
It's unfortunate Mr. Al Stouffer is not here tonight. He issues the permits. He would have been the one working with the Church on the Beach as far as the negotiated price. You may want to call Mr. Hine to the podium and ask if he's aware of why that increase, if there was any discussion. I'm not aware of what took place.
Actually, Mr. Cookett, what I'd like to do is, can you speak to Mr. Stouffer and then circulate a memo via email to council answering Councilor Lubert's question?
I most certainly can.
Thank you. Or anything further, Councilor Luberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So when we get reports coming from staff, and those reports that we get from staff, we have pretty well consistent user fee standards. And so there's user fees for the Leisureplex, there's user fees for Stevensville Hall, there's user fees for Crystal Ridge Community Center. And wouldn't this here just automatically fall under those conditions? So if we have an increase in user fees, then all facilities and all property is included? Or do we just have certain fees for certain areas or certain buildings or certain amenities in this town, and then we just kind of negotiate as we play the game in other areas of town? I'm not happy
Caution
with
you
the
on your
fact that these
language.
guys
You're making an
getting
inference
the
that
increase
there's
that other people
nefarious
aren't.
dealings going on, Councilor Luberts. I'm not going to entertain that. I'll allow Mr. Cookett to answer your question.
Okay, just excuse me, Counselor Nutt. Look, I know that this is an issue of significance to you. We've got another issue later on, so it's easier for us to conduct our business if people just let us speak, don't distract us. So please, keep your comments to yourselves.
Mr. Cookett, do you care to comment on the fee schedule?
Yes, so we have a user fee bylaw that establishes rates throughout the town for the rental of facilities. This doesn't fall within that bylaw. Where the original $5,000 negotiated fee came from was, I believe, with a conversation with Mr. Hine. I believe the mayor was present, and there was a few, and it was agreed upon price that the Church on the Beach agreed to. They were fine with paying that amount for the number of times they were going to use the beach. So I think that's how it was established.
Thank you, Mr. Cookett.
Thank
Your
you
worship.
very much, Mr. Cookett. And I guess my point is, and maybe Mr. Hine, you need to be aware that we do have user fee. And so when you're negotiating, hopefully Mr. Stouffer next time will be negotiating according to our bylaws and the rules that we have. And if we have increases, if it's 2%, then it'll be 2% for you as well. And so as long as you're aware of that, and I think now we'll have Mr. Stouffer be aware of that, and I think now we're all aware of that. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Your worship.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that I don't think I participated in the negotiation of the fee, but regardless, one of the reasons I asked Mr. Hine whether he was agreeable to the 2017 conditions, if we were to issue a permit this year, was to find out whether there were any conditions that he wasn't content with. So having heard that he is agreeable, then I presume that this amount is satisfactory.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll call the question. All those in favor of option 2 as outlined in the report? Sorry, recommendation number 2, right, Madam Clerk? Okay.
It's the first recommendation, but I believe it needs to be amended because all you're doing is receiving the minutes currently.
Okay. Did you want to move that, Your Worship? because you wanted to move the original separation of the two.
So just maybe we get clarification from the clerk. Recommendation number one, as I understand, it's on the floor now because we're dealing with it separately. So that we would have to defeat this in order to move to an amendment. We would have to defeat this recommendation, would we not?
You would defeat recommendation number 2 first, which has been done.
No,
Oh, you are voting on that. My apologies.
Right.
Yes, that's what you're doing. My apologies. It's number 2, and you would have to defeat it and then go back to number 1 and amend it,
Well,
if that's what,
no, we've only removed recommendation number 1 from the package, from the minutes. And that's the recommendation that deals with the church on the beach. Recommendation number 2 in the report deals with the Crookshank property, which is still part of the minutes.
there's nothing being approved by council with number 2 for the Crookshank property. We're only doing one task, and that's this one for the church on the beach. You look at appendix 2 to the report. Council's only being asked to approve that one single task.
Appendix 2. I don't really particularly care how we get there. I just want to make sure that we follow the proper process in defeating the recommendation of the land committee so we can put something new on. So your advice is,
Okay, so calling the question on the request by the church on the beach to conduct the interdenominational services at Bay Beach. The recommendation that we're going to vote on right now that we're calling the question states that the land committee supports the decision made not to allow the services to take place on Bay Beach during the 2018 session. Is that clear as mud? Okay. So we'll call that recommendation to question right now. All those in favor? Seeing none, those opposed? That carries. That recommendation is defeated. I'll recognize your worship.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the town permits Church on the Beach to conduct its services for 2018 at Bay Beach on similar terms and conditions as for 2017, plus any additional provisions necessary with respect to construction and safety issues.
Thank you, your worship. Comments or question on the motion the mayor just put forward? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, that carries. Now we'll deal with the report as amended. Let me scroll back to the top. Okay, the report as amended is on the floor. Are there any comments or questions? Councilor Passero?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just regarding new business number 2, 848 Garrison Road, just for council's information, the Standing Committee on Museum Heritage has invited that gentleman to our meeting next Tuesday, so it looks very favorable to pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Passero. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the report as amended? None opposed, that carries. Okay, we'll be moving on to 8.3, new business and inquiries. Do we have any new business or inquiries for corporate and community services? Seeing none, we'll move on to 8.4, which is the business status report. Are there any comments or questions regarding the business status report? Seeing none, I'll close corporate and community services and pass the chair back to his worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nutt. If there's anyone that wishes to leave the chamber now before we move on to the next piece of business, which is planning and development services, I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, we had to do a reboot last time. I feel a little nervous about doing it in the middle of a meeting.
Going to call this meeting back to order. At this stage, we're going to go to Planning and Development Services, and I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Passero.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Planning and Development Services is in session. We do not have any presentations or delegations tonight. One report on the agenda, PDS 18-2018, regarding application for draft plan of subdivision and combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for Harbortown Village subdivision. Looking for a mover. Moved by Councillor Zanko. That report is on the floor. Speakers to that report. Councillor Luberts and then Councillor Zanko.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I went through the report pretty good. I got a lot of questions, so maybe I'll just ask a few, and then I'll let some of the other councilors ask some questions. But I guess going to the page 3 of the report, under the planning context, we talk about the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. And just reading it, I just need some verification on it. The provincial policy statement encourages efficient use of land and intensification within designated urban areas where appropriate. Who decides where it's appropriate, the intensification?
Mr. Brady?
The term "where appropriate" in this case is utilized by planning staff to be able to determine where certain areas should be above the growth plan numbers and where, in other cases, where they should be below the growth plan numbers. The intent is that overall, when we average it out, that we should be meeting the numbers.
Councillor Luberts?
So the intensification, I guess, if we were to deem that it's not appropriate to do the intensification on this site, then we could do the intensification somewhere else. So in other words, we could increase intensification somewhere else and leave this intensification alone. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Brady?
If council chose, they could identify an area in the community and say that is where the intensification should go. We do that in our secondary plans. We've just completed that as part of the work down in the south area. We've done that in Ridgeway and other areas where we have identified areas where intensification should be, identified that for council, and therefore, and council has approved it. In this particular area, there is no secondary plan. This is a large block of land. So a large block of land is where you would expect to be well above the growth plan numbers, and therefore we've worked to that extent.
Councillor Luberts?
Yeah, I guess that's where I was going next. I did, when I went through the official plan, I did see some areas that we have in our secondary plans, and I looked at the Gateway secondary plan, and they have mapping there that shows where the intensification would take place. The problem is we don't have a secondary plan for this area, so how does that work? How can we still can we still move it somewhere even though we don't have a designated area? How does that work without a secondary plan?
Mr. Brady?
If you look at the area around Waverley, generally speaking, there aren't any other large blocks of land that could be utilized in this fashion. So it would be difficult for anyone, council or staff, to say, fair enough, we'll allow this area to go at 30 residents per acre, but the one next door will be at 80, because that's what you would have to do to compensate.
Councillor Luberts?
All right. I guess what I was thinking, the way I was reading it, was the intensification could take place off-site. So if you have like in your secondary plan, for the Gateway secondary plan, if it shows where the intensification would take place. So if I have a subdivision that I'm putting together in one area of the gateway area, and I wanted to meet the intensification would have to take place in another part of town. Am I wrong with that? Because the intensification is going to take place in this area. So is it going to be off-site? That's what I guess I'm saying.
When we deal with the secondary plan areas, we try to ensure that that doesn't happen, that we try to ensure that each area ends up creating the amount of intensification. For example, we're about to start the secondary plan for Crystal Beach. We would expect that as a part of that planning exercise, that intensification areas would be found within Crystal Beach to be able to have other areas in Crystal Beach that would have lower densities. So that's the intent, and that's what we've always done with our secondary plan processes. This particular site is clearly an area which is a large development site, and in my professional opinion, it's very appropriate to meet the growth target.
Councillor Luberts, any other questions on the provincial policy statement?
No, not on that there.
Any other questions, Councillor Luberts?
Yeah, I have some others. I'll let some other councillors ask some questions, and then I'll come back.
Okay. Councillor Zanko?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions as well, so if you want to cut me off and allow other councillors to ask, certainly feel free to do so. My first question through you to Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady, can you explain who conducted the EIS report, more specifically their background, their area of expertise?
Certainly.
Mr. Brady?
The report was done under the auspices of Professor Lisa Campbell. She is one of the most noted ecologists in the Niagara Peninsula. She's been involved with the preparation of EISs for a great number of years and has worked for a number of municipalities and for the Conservation Authority and has provided expertise to nonprofit groups as well. She's very well known and very well recognized in her field. Within her team, and there were a number of people, but because of some of the comments that have been made, I'll identify the one area in particular. There was an ornithologist identified that is also considered an expert in birding and ornithology. That particular person is actually from the town of Fort Erie and is an expert which has been recognized by the town of Fort Erie because we've placed that expert on our Environmental Advisory Committee. So the expertise in this particular consulting group is, my opinion, is very high. And the study that they did was much longer than is the normal. They had been working on the site for well over a year, and they provided a very comprehensive report, which was ultimately accepted by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority and by the region, and those are the bodies that have been given the approval for EISs of this nature in the province.
Councillor Zanko?
Thank you. And then when we obtain the MNRF and the MPCA reports, just for the viewers watching tonight, can you kind of give a brief description of those organizations' backgrounds and expertise? Are they biologists? I'm just looking for the type of, I guess, experience that these organizations would have and the lengths that they would go through with their reports that they provide.
The MNRF, which is the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forests, they provide the means to the Conservation Authority in terms of they doing the review. So the Conservation Authority did the review. At the Conservation Authority, there was a highly trained biologist who's also been involved in this work for a great number of years, and she provided the detailed review on the EIS. That information, there was some questions of it. I met with the Conservation Authority and with the consultant. We asked them specifically what their questions were. Ms. Campbell provided subsequent comments back to them. All that information is public. And on that basis, the Conservation Authority approved the EIS, approved by doing so the extent of the area which should be environmental protection area designated, the block of land that's appropriate for that. They made some changes to their normal conditions, but the changes that they made to their conditions are because there is a changing governance model between the ministry, or between the Conservation Authority and the region. So the region will be the sign-off authority for some of their conditions, which in the past the Conservation Authority would have been the sign-off for. So you had, if you will, a peer review of the document by people who have expertise in this area, who are trained in this area, and do this as a part of their profession.
Councillor Zanko?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to, I guess, Mr. Brady again, all of these questions I think will be likely directed at him. If we went to page 5 of the report, the paragraph that's shown under need, the way I'm understanding this is the amendment that will change certain areas of the urban residential to open space and environmental protection. This basically ensures that no development can be done on additional areas of the proposed site. Is that correct?
Yes. There are certain areas of the site which are currently urban residential, which means that they can be developed for residential purposes. Some of those areas are being converted through an amendment of the official plan and an amendment of the zoning bylaw to an open space and to an environmental protection area. So, if you will, lands which are currently, the official plan says may be developed, through the amendment, they will not be able to be developed. So development rights are being removed from a significant portion of the lands as a part of the overall exercise. And the reason that they're being removed is because the environmental impact study identified that those lands should be appropriately be redesignated and zoned.
Councillor Zanko?
Thank you. If we were to go to page 11 of the report, it notes that 80% of the southern mature woodlands will be maintained. Page 12 notes that 70% of the mature woodland area will be maintained. I remember during the last time we deliberated on this report, I believe it was the mayor that had asked, but I didn't write down the answer. What was the reason behind not maintaining 100% of the mature woodland?
Excuse me, I'm just looking for something. The most significant reason why the lands are being removed is to extend, here we are, to extend Lakeshore Road and to bring it through and then bring it up into the site. The area where Lakeshore Road is going through and coming up into the site was identified in the EIS as not being of environmental significance or not being of high environmental significance. Originally, the concept was to bring Lakeshore right all the way through this property and connect up to Edgemere. That was the original idea. Lakeshore was going to connect right through the heart of the site and over to Edgemere. That was decided that that wouldn't be appropriate based on the information that came out of the EIS, and so the road, if you will, hooked to the north and is now being referred to as Street C. The 70 to 80 was the original mapping that was used at the first open house, the first neighborhood meeting. There was some questions about couldn't there be a little bit of a variation in the environmental protection area to pick up a trail and a couple of other things. It was looked at again. There was an amendment made, and the EPA block was expanded slightly as a result of that.
Councillor Zanko?
Thank you. With regard to page 22, the EAC report, my first question through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Brady, I'm assuming that EAC had not seen the comments in the report that came recently from the NPCA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I have a note here somewhere. Bear with me as I look for it. I know they made another recommendation, and I believe it was for the.
Councillor Zanko, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
We're approaching 10 minutes. Normally we do 5, but given the number
That's
of
okay.
questions,
I'll hand up the chair.
We're going to go with
the floor
10
for
minutes
now.
per speaker, so I'm moving to Councillor Nutt.
Thank you, Chair Passero. Through you to Mr. Brady, I just have a few questions. Some of the concerns that were raised during the public meeting had to do with certain species of bird. After doing some extensive research, all these birds, or the majority of them, are listed as special concern. Are you familiar with the Endangered Species Act? And can you clarify what that special concern designation is under that?
I'm generally aware of the Endangered Species Act. In fact, I'm taking some staff to a course to get some further information on that because the Ministry of Natural Resources has finally agreed to actually train people beyond their own staff. So that'll be upcoming in the next 3 months. But I'm aware of that, and I'm aware that there are different levels of concern for different species, both avian species and other species.
Councillor Nutt?
Thank you. My next question, I actually had the majority of my questions were very similar to the ones Councillor Zanko asked. I just want to know, Professor Lisa Campbell, how long has she been in that role, and could you, do you know what number of years experience-wise that she has?
Well, yes, and the way I can say that is that I hired Lisa Campbell at Niagara College as a professor when I was the coordinator of the environmental program for Niagara College. I've been with the town now 8 years. I was with Niagara College for 15 before then. So she has been in her position approximately 25 years.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and cede the floor to one of my fellow councillors or the mayor, whoever wishes to ask more questions.
Mayor Redekop?
I was going to nibble around the edges, but why don't I just go right to the heart of it. I know Lisa Campbell. I've known Lisa Campbell for a number of years. We served on the board of the Niagara Land Trust when I was a chair. She's very experienced, no doubt, very competent. She's also known by members of our EAC. And we have an environmental impact study. We have an addendum to the environmental impact study that responded to some questions that were raised. And we have an environmental advisory committee. Each of those contains recommendations. The EIS has some recommendations with respect to natural heritage features on this site, and our environmental advisory committee has made some recommendations with respect to this site. And they're in conflict on several points. My question is, and I note that on page 22 of the report, there's a listing of the resolution passed by the Environmental Advisory Committee on February the 21st at their meeting. We didn't see this until we got the report, but I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, how staff reconciles the recommendations contained in the environmental impact study and the resolution passed by our Environmental Advisory Committee, which is made up of some very experienced individuals, some of whom are directly familiar with this property, some of whom grew up in the area, some of whom live in the area. So how do we reconcile the...
Mr. Brady?
We've looked at each of the recommendations of the Environmental Advisory Committee, and there is a section in the report which reviews each of them in sequence. If I can just find it.
Probably page 22, 23.
22 and
23?
23, 24 more planning staff's recommendations.
I know it's here. Okay. So that talks about the mature woodlot that's proposed to be removed, shown in green. It's been identified through Lisa Campbell's work that the area is of low, it lacks significant wildlife habitat, as opposed to the comments from the Environmental Advisory Committee, who seems to believe that all of the mature woodlot is identical in terms of its importance. The way we reconcile that is that we look at the expert, and we believe that her comments are more broadly based on science, and we go with the scientific background. It talks about basically that Lake Shore should not be extended. We believe that Lake Shore Road needs to be extended. That is a critical part of the connectivity of this site and the surrounding neighborhood. If this area is not of as much ecological importance as been identified by Ms. Campbell, then the other issue overcasts it. The Environmental Advisory Committee provides us with advice based on one window, one lens, and that is the natural environment. We can't just have the natural environment as being the only lens that we view planning in the town of Fort Erie. Otherwise, there would be no development. So what we look at is we try to balance it, and the importance of having road connections through areas so that the long-term use of areas is important. Having cul-de-sacs just ending just is old-term planning, if you will. We try to link communities, and we try to make them want to grow and be prosperous. There's a suggestion that there should be further ornithological work done. I find that to be interesting, given that the expert that's on EAC was the expert ornithologist who was on this project. It appeared to me that study is being asked after study has been completed. I don't believe that the request is appropriate in this circumstance based on the information that's been provided, and particularly based on the expert and the individual that's been involved with. It's asked for a wildlife corridor to be established from the stormwater management pond. You know, Mr. Mayor, you and I have talked about this a number of times, and we've tried, and later on in the agenda, I suspect, there is a way to try to provide that linkage up through to Dominion Road if council decides that they want to do that. The notion of having an underground crossing linking the provincially significant west to the north to convey birds, animals, and mammals. I find it hard to understand why a bird would want to go through an underground passing. I certainly know that mammals don't go through underground passings. I've seen the passages that are built in the national parks. They're always above, they're never below. And in this particular circumstance, the underground passage would be full of water because it's a hydrological link from the wetland. It flows from that property down through and then ultimately into the stormwater management pond. Amphibians, certainly, and reptiles, but they can already converse through the linkage that's in place at the present time. So we look at that both from the point of view of are these things that are can be done, and do they make sense? I don't believe that even if we put in a large 6 or 7 or 8 foot passage that would allow deer to walk under Dominion Road, that they would do that, because they would be up to their necks in water based on the hydrology of the site. So we have to look at that and look at it within that context. The condition of approval should include a requirement for EAC to be consulted on species used in streetscaping. We agree, and in fact, I had spoken to members of EAC and saying, don't ask for that, tell us what you want. Tell us what species it is that you want used in streetscaping. I prefer that they had done that, but nonetheless, they decided that they would ask for this to go back and forth. So that's fine. We'll prepare some lists and we'll bring it back to the Environmental Advisory Committee, and that's a part of the recommendation. So that's the way that we look at the Environmental Advisory Committee's recommendations in this particular context. We've used what we think is reasonable and what can be brought to bear. And then when there is a divergence in science, we look to the better science.
Mayor Redekop?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. So I appreciate some of your comments. Some of them I don't think were all that helpful to me. What I'm trying to determine as we go through this is how do we maximize what the town, the residents of the town can get through this development. What should we be permitting? What should we be attempting to alter or limit? I understand the significance of an environmental impact study. I understand that it may be approaching this property through a broader lens. I don't for a minute believe that the author of the EIS is more accomplished than some of the people that we have on our Environmental Advisory Committee. They may not have the credentials, and if this was a court of law, I suppose I would be saying, no, we have to go with the credentialed expert. But this isn't a court of law. This is a public forum, and we're attempting to try to accommodate as many of the concerns as have been raised. I've had conversations with the mayor of Oakville and people from Oakville who have been very much involved in protecting natural heritage systems. And they have underground tunnels for wildlife to go under busy roads. I don't know. Maybe their mammals are smarter. Their amphibians maybe are smarter. I don't believe that they're talking about tunnels that would be large enough for deer or large animals to go through, but it's an issue that was raised by the Environmental Advisory Committee. I have no idea exactly what was behind their thinking, other than what I've gleaned from the mayor of Oakville. And they've been very successful in addressing natural heritage systems. Before I give up the chair for the time being, the floor, Mr. Chair, could I just ask a question going back to the very beginning, when Councillor Lubberts raised the provincial policy statement and the issue of density targets? Is there latitude to develop at less than the density targets identified in a specific area if it's for the cause of protecting natural heritage systems?
Mr. Brady?
Natural heritage systems, if they're defined on a map, are subtracted from the density calculation. So that the block which is identified in this on this particular subdivision is not considered a part of the density calculation. So if you have an area which is of significant natural heritage so that it has an EPA designation on it and therefore does not, that's the way that it's dealt with.
So if just to follow up that Mr. Chair. So more land protected would reduce the amount of units required, or permitting the tower to go higher would reach a density target. I guess those are the two extremes.
There are, perhaps I wasn't clear. If it's 100 acres of property and the density target is to have 500 on that area, if 30 of the acres is environmental protection, then you don't need to have 500. You need to have, you have less. You have 70 divided, which is about 350 in this case.
Marinica?
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that comment verifies my suspicion. I'll give up the floor for now.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Mr. Brady, just in reference to the mayor's comments about court of law, the closest thing we have in planning, I'm guessing, to a court of law would be the Ontario Municipal Board. Would anybody on EAC be granted status as an expert witness? And would Lisa Campbell be granted status as an expert witness, should this proceed to the OMB? Just to get to the crux of where you're putting weighted value on opinions and expertise.
Theoretical questions are always given theoretical answers, so I'll give you the best answer that I possibly can. When I'm at the Ontario Municipal Board and I've watched experts go into being considered, the OMB member wants to know the actual education that the person has and wants to understand the type of work that they've done in the past on a professional level. And then they may be granted an expert status. Lisa Campbell certainly would be granted an expert status and has been granted an expert status in the past. I don't know if Ms. Litwin has been granted an expert status, but from my understanding of her background, she would be a candidate for that as well. I'm not certain of any other members of the Environmental Advisory Committee that would be given an expert status.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. I'll cycle back to Councillor Luberts if you have further questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Going back to the Advisory Committee's recommendation, when they're asking for an ornithologist, maybe Mr. Brady can just explain what an ornithologist actually is, just for the people that are listening and the people that are here.
Mr. Brady?
An ornithologist is an expert
on
birds.
What?
Birds.
Councillor Luberts?
And so Nadine Litwin is the ornithologist on EAC? Is that?
My understanding is that Nadine Litwin is an ornithologist. She was the one who was utilized by Lisa Campbell in her study, and I also understand that she sits on EAC.
And Nadine's here, so that's correct, Nadine? Yeah.
Councillor Luberts, if you can keep your questions to staff, please.
All right, no, that's fine. Well, she's here. I don't think it hurts to verify. If someone's being told that they're an expert, that they would verify that they are an expert. I don't see that there's a problem with that.
Well, there's a problem. Let's try to keep it to the report,
well, I don't
Mr.
see that
Luberts.
there's a problem. Getting back to the 10-story and the location, I asked at the public meeting from the consultant if they would talk to the developer about broadening their scope when they were talking to FLAP about location, and apparently FLAP could do that. I also asked the lawyer if he would talk to the developer. The lawyer said that he would have the developer do that, and the consultant from Upper Canada Consultants said that she would ask if the developer would do that. But I don't see that that was done. I see what was done with FLAP is that they talked about the materials that they would use to mitigate the flight and of the birds and the impact on the birds and the fatalities of the bird. but nothing was done as far as FLAP's recommendations or comments on location of the 10-story tower.
Councillor Luberts,
And,
can I just ask for clarification? Are you speaking of the location of the condo block, or are you speaking of the location of the tower within the condo block as it currently sits?
Yeah, the condo block.
Moving the entire condo
well,
block.
you'd have to move the block if you're going to move the building,
Well,
I would
there's,
assume.
I'm sure we'll get to the part where we discuss where on the condo block
Yeah,
we
you're
can
not going
put
to
the
put the
building.
block over here and put the parking on one side and the building on another side. You'd have to move the whole block.
So you're referencing moving the condo block north, as far as FLAP discussions?
Well, I was asked, FLAP or anybody that's discussing the location, I would ask that that location be considered, because what I'm seeing here is everybody's got an opinion or their preference as to where they would want this building. I mean, I'm reading in here where our staff is saying that there's no legislative authority that says that we have to do this or we have to do that, and I don't see that there's any legislative authority that says that a building has to be right here. I don't know that we can't move it and get it away, further away from the wood lot and get it further away from the environmentally sensitive areas.
Let's ask, Mr. Brady, were conversations held with the developer about relocating the condo block to somewhere else within the development?
There were several conversations, both in terms of moving the condo block itself, and the answers that came back was that there was no need to do that from both a scientific perspective and from their own perspective. And then there was discussion with the developer about whether the condo building could move within the block itself, you know, to the north, south, east, west, and those kinds of things. And that was agreed upon, that when the site plan is developed for the condo, that the actual location of the building on that, be it, you know, right beside the wooded area or as far away from the wooded area, that would be looked at from the context of FLAP.
And does anything within your planning reports, the regional recommendations or NPCA feedback, recommend moving the condo block away from its current location?
Excuse me, no. The Conservation Authority has not made any suggestions about moving the condo block, nor have they made any suggestions about buffering the condo block. The Regional Municipality of Niagara has not suggested that the condo block be moved as well.
Okay. Councillor Luberts, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I understand, you know, NPCA making their comments. I don't know that they were asked to comment on location, but I asked that the developer asked FLAP to do it, and obviously it hasn't been done. And I think that's a big concern with a lot of the people, even the people that were here at the public meeting. A lot of them, their big concern was the location of this this condo tower right up against the most sensitive area of the property, and I asked specifically that someone look at it and do some kind of study to see if that could be moved. And I understand scientific evidence, but there's no scientific evidence that says that it has to be where it is. So to move it, why do I have to give scientific evidence to move it if you don't need scientific evidence to place it where it is? It just doesn't make sense. I can't buy into that someone has to give scientific evidence when there is no scientific evidence for anywhere where it's located. And so I don't think that there's a problem where it is located. I do know that the developer, when I spoke with him, he said that the people that build condominiums, they told him that if they had to move it, they wouldn't be interested. That's not scientific. That's just their own little preference, their own personal preference. Going on to the archaeological I did ask a little bit about the archaeological the last meeting when the lawyer was here. His answer basically went into the artifacts and the foundations and stuff. But I see in here somewhere, I had it marked where they were going to do a third stage in archaeological study. I think it was near the end. And I'm just wondering, is there going to be some more archaeological studies done? Or are we going to pass it off and not do any more?
Mr. Brady, so Councilor Luberts, it's page 33, discusses what you're speaking to. Mr. Brady?
Yes, there will be more archaeological work done. It will be, there's a specific condition identified by the region, who are the authorities for regulating archaeology on behalf of the province. They've asked for that condition. The condition is being recommended. Certainly there are at least 1 or 2 spots on the property that need to have archaeological studies done. And if I could, I'd like to describe what the archaeological studies will look like in the next phase. The next phase, on the areas where the archaeological studies need to be done, the trees will all be removed. That areas will be removed, and a farm equipment will run across the land to provide for the archaeologists to be able to walk the property after rainstorms to determine if there are any archaeological bits that they can find. So that work could have been done in advance, but a great deal of the forest that we're talking about would have been removed as a part of that. And I said, no, I didn't want that to occur. What I wanted to occur was that we know where these important areas are. We've now identified the areas that are going to be developed, so therefore the trees will be removed from them anyway. That's where those phase 3 studies can occur. Inside the EPA lands, where there are also some archaeological work, we're not asking for any further studies because those archaeological artifacts will stay in situ. And so that's why the process has moved the way that it has.
Thank you. Councilor Luberts, got time for one more question and answer from you, and then I'm going to move on.
Yeah, the community benefits. I asked this question at the meeting, why we weren't getting community benefits for this here project. And when I see here, it says...
Yeah, on page 34, Councilor
Yeah,
Luberts.
page 34, it says that there's a bylaw can authorize. Section 37 of the Planning Act permits municipalities to pass a bylaw authorizing increase in height and density of a development beyond what is permitted in the relevant zoning bylaw in exchange for facilities, services, or matters, provided policies are included in the official plan authorizing them to do so. But it says here that Fort Erie does not have Section 37 policies in its official plan which permit such payments, so Section 37 community benefits cannot be requested. Well, I got 2 questions. Number 1 is, if Section 37 policies are not in our official plan, then why were Section 37 policies implemented when we were negotiating the Bay Beach properties?
Let's get the answer to that one first. Mr. Brady, is this referring to town-wide, or is this referring to this specific development as far as the official plan?
It refers to town-wide, and when the Bay Beach development was put in place, we didn't have Section 37 policies either. What we had was the terminology should have been different, but nonetheless, we had a communities benefit agreement with the developer of the property at the time. So there was never the contemplation of Section 37 policy benefits when Bay Beach was in place.
Well, it's in the purchase and sale agreement. It's all over the documents in Bay Beach. And I went through our official plan, in section 4.16.8. Right at the end of it, additional building height may be considered without an amendment to this plan if it is demonstrated through a Planning Act approval process that additional height is compatible with surrounding land uses. Approval for additional height, section 4.059, Town of Fort Erie official plan above. If it's more than 3 stories, it may be subject to an agreement pursuant to section 37 of the Planning Act. It refers to section 37. Doesn't that mean that we have section 37 policies in our official plan?
Mr. Brady?
No, we don't. That sets the stage for us to develop them. They have not been developed.
Councilor Lubers, do you have anything on that same, I don't want to cut you off on the same line of thought, but if you have something similar in the same line of questioning, I'll
Well,
stay
I need
with
a
you.
better explanation than, no, that doesn't. Section 37 is mentioned in our Planning Act. This is all about medium density in our residential area.
But Mr. Brady has stated that that's the precursor to getting there. We don't actually have it yet. Am I correct, Mr. Brady? The section, Councilor Luberts?
Well,
4.16.8 is the first reference. 16.8.
Yeah, I should note that in our official plan, there's a typo here that needs to be fixed, because in the official plan, it shows it as 4.1.6.8, but it should be 4.16.8. And it goes on to talk about, and this is Gateway 2. This is our secondary plan for Gateway 2, right? And that's where it's mentioned. And I mean, when I read it, I interpret that section 37, it's not to get there. It's if you're going to have more than your 3 or 4 stories in Gateway 2 area for your medium density, right? Then you can do that, right? And you don't have to make an amendment to your official plan, and you can make a deal with the developer and allow him to build higher under section 37 of the Planning Act. That's the way I read it.
Mr. Brady, can you just answer that or comment on that very quickly? Then I'd like to move on to the next counselor.
I stand by the original comment that that's not a section 37. What it does, and it is a part of a secondary plan that was identified for an area of the municipality which does not include this property. And what it does do is it provides for a mechanism that you could go to an increased height of about 3 and 4 stories, not 10 stories. If you want a good example of section 37 amendments to a plan, the City of Niagara Falls has an excellent section in it on section 37. It outlines the costs, the benefits, the ratios, and the factors that would be included in the calculations.
Okay. Councilor Luberts, I'm going to come back to you. Councilor Zanko?
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered, but Councillor Luberts actually just mentioned a couple of things that created additional questions for me. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Brady, you mentioned earlier that Miss Campbell had enlisted in the services of an ornithologist. And I see EAC is requesting an ornithologist, and they have one on their committee. So I guess I'm just confused. Are they requesting an additional opinion?
Mr. Brady?
The only conclusion that I can come to is that they want another ornithologist to look at it other than the one that was utilized.
Councilor Zanko?
And can you think of why that might be, Mr. Brady?
Mr. Brady?
Actually, I can't. I can't think of a better person to provide for that kind of scientific information. As the mayor has pointed out on more than one occasion, local experts bring some specialized expertise with them. Ms. Netwin certainly is that. So she has that local expertise, and she also has the academic expertise.
Councilor Zanko?
Okay, thank you. And just a question regarding the flap comment. Would a flap study, would that be something that a developer would enlist in right now at this stage, or would that be something that we would make as a requirement should the amendment pass?
In my opinion, a flap study is something which is done after you have a better understanding of the location on the property for the building and its design and its urban design. Therefore, we have put in draft plan conditions that will require that a flap study be carried forward at the site plan stage. So we've included within the recommendations that are before you this evening that a flap study will be done on this particular property at what I believe is the appropriate stage, which is the site plan stage.
Mr. Brady, who ensures that the recommendations that come out of a flap study are carried through?
The flap study will be reviewed by us. I suspect it will be sent to EAC for their review as well. We may seek the expertise of the Conservation Authority. They may or may not want to provide us with comments, depending upon their new mandate. But we will seek those kinds of expertise in terms of looking at the actual flap study. And then the implementation of the flap study, we will control through the site plan process and right into the building permit process. So the town will control it.
Okay. Councillor Zanko?
Nothing.
Councillor Nuts? Nothing further? No? Mayor Redekop?
Thank you. Perhaps I can just go to the nuts and bolts stuff. So on page 5 of the report, there's a reference to the proposed redesignation of the open space, which is the Block 107, I presume, would add to the parks and open space system in the Lakeshore neighborhood. That's because this property would then be taken out of private hands and put into presumably a public agency, either the town, Conservation Authority, or whoever?
Mr. Brady?
There's a specific draft plan condition that requires that the Block 107 be publicly owned, and it identifies either the town or the Conservation Authority. It could be someone else as well, but those are the two that have been identified. And I've had discussions with the developer as to if the Conservation Authority was unable to do so, how the town would approach the developer on that matter. And I believe that they would prefer to sell it to the Conservation Authority, but they understand how we would deal with it.
My point was really directed at the ownership. As long as it's in private hands, it can't be included as part of Parks and Open Space inventory for the municipality. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next page, the top of page 6, refers to an area of the site which is impacted by flooding hazard of Lake Erie. And I'm fairly familiar with that property, just trying to figure out where that might be.
Mr. Brady?
There's
First paragraph of page 6.
Thank you. There's a narrow band along the Friendship Trail, the land side of the Friendship Trail, which currently has a environmental protection area designation on it. On this property, it's about 2 acres, but it's a narrow band. And the rationale for why that narrow band is there is because it is supposedly an area of potential flooding hazard. I'm not suggesting that it is. I'm saying, but that's the rationale for that particular strip of land, which is to our good.
Mayor Redekop?
I'll take my bucket out there and start filling it up with water. With respect, further down that page, there's talk about sidewalks and whatever. Is it likely that sidewalks will be required on Dominion Road adjacent to this development?
Mr. Walsh, welcome.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Could the mayor repeat that question?
Sidewalks on Dominion Road contemplated as a result of this development.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not as a result of this development, but as a part of the redevelopment of Dominion Road itself, which is a future regional project.
How far into the future, Mr. Walsh?
I have a meeting with the region in 2 weeks to get an updated schedule, but I believe it's 2019 right now.
Mayor Redekop?
Thank you. Just at the very bottom of the page, there's, under compatibility, it says the location of the high-density block improves compatibility, and I'm wondering whether a more appropriate word would be that it achieves compatibility. The essence being that because it's moved away from existing residences, it's deemed to be compatible. Am I on the right track on that?
Mr. Brady?
I agree with your thought process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the next page, under potential effect, middle of the page, potential effect of the proposed use in relation to the intent and implementing regulations of the Environmental Protection Act, it says none. What does that mean?
Mr. Brady?
There are no Environmental Protection Act issues that we need to address as a part of this particular development.
Could you give a for example as to what one of those issues might be?
Flooding.
Mayor Redekop?
Okay, and we've already been given the comment with respect to why not 100%. If I could just take a look at the zoning changes that are being requested, starting at page 8, and under maximum lot coverage under zoning R2, it says for lot size is greater than 510 square meters, currently 30% is permitted. What's being requested is 50%. And it says massing impacts are not anticipated. What does that mean?
Mr. Brady?
We believe the lots are large enough to be able to handle 50% coverage without looking out of character.
So then why wouldn't we provide for that in the general R2 zone?
Mr. Brady?
We have, if you will, two R2 zones. We have an R2 zone and we have an R2A zone. And the R2A zone is the one that's usually used in subdivisions, but we use the R2 zone in this particular case, A, because the developer's agent asked for it, and B, it provides us with some other mechanisms that we can control.
And if it was an R2A zone, is that the zoning that we just recently revamped to accommodate some of the development in subdivisions?
Yes.
So if this was R2A, what would the maximum lot coverage be?
50%.
All right. And the lots in this subdivision would be larger?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. The, so in the R2A, do we have a similar minimum front yard provision? 4.5 meters to the front face of the dwelling, 6 meters to the garage?
Yes, we do.
So again, why isn't it that the developer wouldn't want to use the R2A?
Right now, I can't remember, to tell you the truth, but we try to usually use the type of zoning that is proposed and then modify it to the circumstances.
Under the RM1, again, we only have one RM1.
Yes, we do.
And I wonder if the first one, maximum lot coverage. I think this has been explained to me before, and I probably either didn't get it or I've forgotten. Can we just get another explanation as to what this means and why we would go from 40 to 50?
Mr. Brady?
So with an RM1 zone, it's for street townhouses. Okay, and with street townhouses, townhouses are defined as either being at the end of a unit or they have townhouses on both sides of them, which means they're an interior townhouse. So an interior townhouse has no side yards at all. It has a front yard and it has a backyard. An exterior townhouse has both a front yard, a backyard, and one side yard associated with it. So in this particular case, the interior unit, the requirement is 60%, and what's being proposed is 60%. So there's no change. The exterior side unit is, the requirement is 40%, and they're asking for it to be 50%, which will mean that there will be an additional 10% of coverage on the exterior unit. We don't believe that that's going to create any difficulties in this particular case, one being the size of the townhouse blocks. The townhouse blocks here are quite substantial in size, so we don't feel it'll be an issue. These townhouses are not tiny.
So I guess just as an aside, so that there's no confusion, we're not talking about affordable housing in this subdivision, either in the townhouses, in the single-family dwellings, or in the condo tower.
That's correct.
Thank you. On the next page, under minimum yard provisions, there's proposed, I guess these are setbacks. And so if we were thinking of increasing any of these, we would need to amend the proposed zoning amendment.
Mr. Brady?
Yes, for example, it says minimum yard provisions, it says under the proposed 10 meters from the southern property line, 15 from the west, 30 from the north, with a capital F that isn't required, and 30 from the east. So if, to keep the building envelope of the same size, if the council wished to change the southern one to be more, the northern one should be less, because we need to have a building envelope which is reasonable. All of these side yard setbacks are greater than what the minimum would require, because the minimum says 1/2 of the building height, or 4 meters, whichever is greater, and this provides us with a better mechanism.
So just to kind of go back to my initial go-round, when I was talking about the EAC recommendations, they're requesting a 15-meter buffer from the environmental protection block. This provides for 10, so if we wanted to change that to 15, we would have to request an amendment?
You would propose an amendment.
Right.
That this is before us as an amendment, but I would caution you that if you decided that you wanted to make the 10 15, then I would caution you to make the northern one 5 less.
Right, so that there'd still be the same envelope within which to erect the building.
Correct.
And would the parking wouldn't affect this setback, does it? Or is it also subject to setbacks?
The parking is not affected by this setback. We have a other provision which would provide for a 3-meter landscape strip of appropriate forage species associated with the condo block as it merges to the EPA lands. But that's not as part of the zoning. We have that in a separate area. But that's already been put in. That's a provision that we have in place.
That's one of the conditions of draft approval, I believe.
Yes, it is.
I don't think it specifies an area, like a amount of buffer. I don't think it says 3 meters. I think it's just open. But we'll get to that.
Mr. Brady, EAC recommended or requests 15. This 10 is a carryover from the first time we saw this information. Why did planning staff not make the move from 10 to 15 before it got to us tonight?
This is what the developer had requested. If you ask me my professional opinion as to whether this should go from 10 to 15, I certainly would not have any problem with that, as long as you have the compensation on the other side of it. Right. A 15-meter buffer for this particular environmental protection area, it already has a buffer established within it. The EIS has identified that the buffer has already been established within the EPA lands. So by all scientific methods, this would be excessive. However, if an extra 5 meters helps to make everybody feel better, so much the better.
Anything that helps to get to some of the EAC recommendations makes me feel better. So I'll bring this up later on. Just to continue on with the RM2 zone, then on page 10.
Mayor Reddick, are you considering bringing forward an amendment to that from the 10 to the 15?
I can do that later.
Could I ask you to do that now?
Sure.
Just because future conversation may be
Sure.
predicated on
Sure.
whatever decision happens?
Okay.
Okay.
I would move that the minimum yard provisions with respect to the RM2 zone be changed from 10 meters to 15 meters from the south property line and from 30 meters to 25 meters for the north property line.
Mr. Brady, that wording is sufficient? Okay. Comments or questions to that amendment? Councillor Nutt?
Thank you, Chair Passero. Just to clarify on the mayor's amendment, he's reducing the other one by 5 to compensate?
Yes, on the
Yeah.
northern.
Okay. I just want to make sure that wasn't lost in
Right.
the amendment.
Okay. So seeing nothing further, voting on the amendments, all in favor? None opposed, so that is carried. Mayor Redekop?
Yes, thank
The
you.
floor.
So on the next page, just to continue on, the the proposed amendment of the maximum height of 30 meters, does that mean 30 meters? Because a couple of weeks ago, we dealt with a proposed increase in the height of a building on Edgemere, and I got the impression that by the time there's some more stuff added onto the top, air conditioning, some patios, what have you, it's actually higher than whatever the height was. So does 30 meters mean 30 meters?
Mr. Brady?
The, not to get too complex about it, the one on Helena, Edgemere, at the corner of Edgemere and Helena, it has a green patio, which is a very desirable thing, and on the roof. And as a result of that, it needed to have an elevator shaft that sticks up a bit. That was the discussion. This 30 meters is 30 meters.
Thank you. And then the permitted uses. It may have been innocent at the time, but there was a suggestion that maybe a Tim Hortons would be located in the main floor of this tower. And I can understand maybe a cafe, maybe even a little convenience store. I think that might create a lot more traffic than people would want, but can we be assured that there wouldn't be a drive-through?
Mr. Brady?
I certainly wouldn't want to drive through on this, and certainly it's not envisaged. However, if council wishes to ensure that there will not be a drive-through, then what you would do is you would write in as a part of the zoning regulations for RM2, no drive-throughs are permitted.
I can't in a million years imagine that a drive-through would be contemplated by the developer, but I have no idea, and I know the last thing in the world that I want is to see a drive-through here. So if it's necessary for an amendment to be put forward for that, I'd like to move that this exclude any drive-through operation.
Okay, so the mayor has an amendment to the RM2 zone regulations to exclude any drive-through components to any commercial establishments. Comments or questions to that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried.
And then, with respect to the open space, at the bottom of that page, page 10, just wondering what that is all saying in terms of minimum lot area, requirement, proposed, required. What does this actually mean?
Mr. Brady?
Thank you. The minimum lot area of this development that is required is 90 square meters. The support required to permit the pedestrian walkway. So we're trying to facilitate that there is a pedestrian walkway through this. And the minimum lot frontage is supposedly 3 meters, but our requirement is 15 meters. And again, it's to support required to permit a pedestrian walkway through this. So these changes to the open space zone are simply there to facilitate a pedestrian walkway to go around it and to connect in both the north and the south.
Okay, and then one other question that just occurred to me. Is it likely that there would be provision for a pedestrian connection between Block 85 and Block 107? Which is the tower block and the environmental protection area.
Mr. Brady?
It's our hope that at some point in time that there would be a pedestrian connection from the condominium block into the trail system in the EPA block to facilitate both the people from the condominium to move into that area, but also to facilitate people who are on those trails if they want to come up and go to the small convenience opportunities that may be available at the base of the tower. There's no neighborhood commercial development anywhere in this neighborhood whatsoever, and this provides us with that opportunity.
Thank you. I'm prepared to give up the floor for the moment.
Okay. Councilor Luberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just one comment, maybe even an amendment, I don't know, but on page 22, when we're talking about the environmental impacts or the Environmental Advisory Committee and their recommendations, we did talk about the ornithologist, but I think when the consultant that did the EIS, the ornithologist did the bird study, but I don't know that the ornithologist actually did anything about the location of the tower, and I've requested that. Now, we have listened to Mr. Brady and we've listened to staff. I don't know that there is any scientific evidence yet that has been presented as to the location of this tower. So I'd like to put together an amendment to request that the developer expand the ornithologist's scope to do a further study to and to study the impact of the location of the 10-story building and the impacts on the migratory birds, as recommended here by the Environmental Advisory Committee. They're not saying go get another ornithologist. What they're saying is have the ornithologist expand their scope and to study the impact of the location of the tower.
So the
I'd
purpose
like to put
of tonight is to either a yes or no based on where things are. So you want to hold that in abeyance until you receive updated EIS information from an ornithologist? Because we'll be voting tonight on where that block is going to be.
Well, I would think that you first need to know what the impact is. I mean, that was the problem. We didn't do any study on the location of the tower, so I would think that I mean, you can't vote in favor of it and then come back and say, wow, you know what, we're going to have to move it.
Okay, let's ask Mr. Brady, what would have to happen to permit what Councillor Luberts is asking for? He'd like another ornithologist to
Not
take a
another
look.
one, the same ornithologist, just expand her
The same
scope.
ornithologist.
Yeah.
So he'd like to go back and revisit the EIS and expand that scope to the location of the condominium block. Where would that put us?
If the EIS, which has been identified as sufficient by the Conservation Authority, is not considered sufficient for this council, then direction would be that to either defer the overall matter until that work has been done. And when that work is done, the other question that would rise would be, who would be paying for this ornithologist to do this work? Because the EIS scope that was identified at the outset of this was agreed to by all parties, and that has been fulfilled. So we do something which is called pre-consultation in the Niagara region, and one of the reasons that we do pre-consultation in the Niagara region is to ensure that a developer knows at the outset what studies are required of them. And that is a part of the notion to facilitate development. It's a fundamental principle that was established about 5-6 years ago. It's worked very well. To ask for a study which is way outside of that at this point in time would undercut the movements that we put forward to date. So I certainly am not in favor of that. I don't think that that is an appropriate thing to do. I have no problem with an ornithologist providing additional guidance in terms of the location of the building within the block. That I think is fair, and that's something that can be put on to be dealt with at the site plan stage. But to stop or stall this work, to ask for a study, which was not asked for at the beginning and not been identified by all of the agencies that have been involved, undercuts the notion that we're trying to facilitate development in the Niagara Peninsula.
Okay, Councilor Luberts, you've heard from staff, but it is your privilege to make an amendment. The only
Yes,
thing,
I would like to.
one second. The only thing I would ask is that you include who would pay for it.
Well, the developer will pay for it, just like he's paid for every other study. That's what we've done. And here's the argument that comes up: is every time we go with staff and we make a recommendation for, if we talk about environmental advisory committee, I keep hearing that we need scientific evidence to back up what you're saying. And we don't have any scientific evidence at all, either from the developer, from staff, from the ornithologist, from anybody about the location of this tower. So I would say, let's get some scientific evidence. And we've all agreed, even staff has sat here and said that the ornithologist that's on with the developer is more than qualified, right? And they're the expert.
What is
so
your?
Let's get an expert's opinion as to the impact that 10-story building will have on migratory birds. And the developer would pay for that. I understand that he wasn't asked to do that at the beginning of this year project, but my question would be, why wasn't he asked? Because, I mean, it was important. I asked that at the public meeting. I asked it twice. I asked it of the consultant from Upper Canada Consulting, and I asked it of the lawyer. And the developer was also here. Their representative was here. And so they knew that the request was there. And I don't think that they would have a problem, and it would be paid for just like the rest of all the studies were paid for by the developer.
Okay, so Councilor Luberts, your amendment then is to hold the current process in abeyance pending an expanded EIS performed by an ornithologist related specifically to the location of the condo block, and all such studies would be paid for by the developer.
The same recommendation as we have here from our our Environmental Advisory Committee.
Okay.
That further study by an ornithologist on the impact of the location of the 10-story building on migratory birds is recommended to assess the impacts of light pollution, bird strikes, and loss of habitat for ground and mid-range bird species. Be conducted by and paid for by
The developer.
the developer.
Okay. So that amendment is on the floor. Comments or questions? Councillor Zanko?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Brady. The FLAP study that will be put in place as a requirement, what type of information would come back on that particular study that perhaps would that achieve the same as an additional ornithologist?
Certainly the FLAP study would be something which an ornithologist would be involved with. I think you have a bit of a procedural issue. Since Councillor Luberts is asking for basically a vote on deferring this, you have a deferral motion on the floor, and I believe you're supposed to deal with that. My colleague has been nudging me.
Is it a straight deferral motion, Madam Clerk? Because he's asking for something to be done specifically. That's why I was going with held in abeyance until we receive the information versus just a straight deferral. Because if we defer it right away, I guess under new business he could bring it up, but that's kind of even more convoluted, but I will lend myself to your expertise.
Well, the rules are that if a motion is made to postpone, the only thing that you can debate is the timing.
Okay. Your Worship?
Well, this isn't a motion to postpone. It may have the implications of delaying the
Process
further
here.
consideration of this report, but it hasn't been passed, and it's not specifically simply to defer. So I don't think it's a deferral motion.
Okay, I'm going to leave it on the floor as is for the amendments. Councillor Zanko, did you have anything further?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. So just to further, so Councillor Luberts would like this ornithologist to look at the location of the condo block itself within the development, and what site plan control will do with the ornithologist will look at the building itself in relation to where it sits on the condo block. So two very different approaches.
No, I don't. Mr. Chair, I don't think that when it comes to FLAP, there's anything with location of the tower. FLAP is only looking at materials that are going to be used, and when they're building the building, what materials they're going to do to mitigate the impact of migratory birds. I don't know that anybody else is looking at location other than this motion.
But your ornithologist is looking towards how the building in the current condo block will affect the birds as to its current location, the condo block.
That's right. But
Yeah, and
FLAP
I'm
is
just
not-
mentioning to
FLAP is
Councillor
not
Zanko
doing
that what Mr. Brady's referring to during site plan will have already approved where that block is. And at that point, the ornithologist can only look to how the building will affect the birds in relation to where it's situated within the block. At that point, it's too late to discuss where the block is. That was my only clarification for Councillor Zanko. So that amendment is still on the floor. Councillor Zanko, nothing further? Further comments or questions? Mayor Redicott?
So just for clarification, there is in the conditions to draft approval, condition 22, a requirement that there be an assessment of the proposed building design by an ornithologist, which is distinct from what Councillor Luberts is requesting, which is in line with the EAC recommendation that there be a further study by an ornithologist on the impact of the location. I haven't spoken to anybody on EAC, so I don't know whether the intent was to have this study conducted with a view to perhaps requiring a different location for the tower, but I presume that's what it's all about.
I would have to assume the same, and you're right, 22 just speaks to the review and to its current location for that block as
Right.
proposed.
Is there anybody on staff here that's familiar with the deliberations by EAC?
Mr. Kernahan?
Hello?
Nope, there
It's
we
on
go.
now.
Mayor, that's correct. The deliberations of EAC were regarding the location of were regarding looking into the location of the high-density block within the site, as much as it was the design of the building in order to mitigate bird impacts.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, the implication being that if the study was done and an ornithologist decided that this was a bad location, we would be persuaded to direct that it be located elsewhere. Is that the deal?
The block, the entire block, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Further comments or questions on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Luberts? All in favor? Opposed? That is defeated. Councillor Luberts, you still have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On page 24, just below the map that's there, it says planning staff are recommending that a condition of approval be added to ensure that a planting strip containing species that will provide for foraging be established along the boundary of the high-density block and the environmental protection block. So when I'm reading this, it's sounding like planning staff is recommending that that happen, but do we require an amendment to ensure that that happens?
Mr. Brady, is that contained anywhere within the draft plan conditions? I think it is, but I don't know what number that is.
It is a draft plan condition. I'll look it up and report
24.
back.
24?
It's 24. I believe it's 24.
Condition 24.
And that's on page 94 of the report, Councillor Luberts.
And I just want to make a comment on page 28. Again, when we're talking about scientific evidence, and here we go again with the location of the tower, which obviously the majority of council feels is there's no problem with, but again, it's just a personal preference, and it states right there that the proposed location is considered an appropriate location for a high-density use, and they go on and talk about view, and but the second one there, the issue of the shadow study, and here's where I get a little bit concerned. The fact that this building is going to be built by a completely separate contracting company, separate developer. And my question is, all these recommendations and all these conditions, how much of all of this does somebody, we don't even know who these people are, do they have to comply? I mean, they can't even, they have no say as to how this building can be built, what materials can be used. We're not talking to them at all. They're not agreeing to anything. We're hoping that this can be passed on. And I mean, I was told that I can't tell a builder that you can't build that building and use it for rental. So I'm wondering, can we tell another builder that, well, here, we negotiated with these people over here on how this building's going to be built, and now if you want to build it, you can go build it, but these are the conditions that you have to follow, and he has no say in the matter at all. And I have some concerns about that, and I want to know if that's legal.
Yep, let's get Mr. Brady's thoughts. How do we ensure that all of these conditions of draft plan carry over regardless of ownership, Mr. Brady?
Well, first of all, we have an open public planning process so that anybody can look to it. All the draft plan conditions that will apply to this property will be open to the public or any member through their due diligence. They can determine what the requirements are or what they are not. we seem to be hung up with the notion that we shouldn't, provide an okay to a condo until we know who the condo builder is. But we, every week, provide agreement to a lot for a single-family house, and we have no idea who the builder of the single-family house is. So it's not an issue. It's done every day. It's certainly quite legal, and it's the method that's used in the province to identify areas for development. And then, in this particular case, this particular developer doesn't build condominiums, so he'll sell the property to someone who does.
Councillor Luberts, I've given you almost 20. Do you want to wrap up your thoughts on that point, and then I'll move on?
Well, yeah,
and come
thank
back?
you very much, but I need a little bit more explanation on, we approve on a regular basis single-family dwellings, and we don't know who the builder is. We approve building permits, yes, but they provide you with a engineered and a drawing. They have to provide the town of Fort Erie with plans of what they're building. So, I mean, that process is all taken care of. I don't know, I don't understand that.
Mr. Brady,
We don't know who the builder is. It doesn't matter who
referring on the
builder is.
residential
What I'm
side,
asking about in my...
Mr. Luberts, give me one moment.
No, but what I'm asking about in my question here is, we're making these conditions here now, and we don't know. Is the guy that's going to be doing the building, is he obligated?
He has no choice. Similar to what Mr. Brady is saying, if we approve a draft plan of subdivision, even though nothing's been built, the owner of that property can sell that to somebody else. They're under the same terms and conditions of that draft plan of subdivision. If they want to change, it has to come back here. I'm going to keep moving on, but I will come back. Councillor Luberts, if you have anything further. Councillor Nutt, you passed me off once. Anything come up since then? No? Mayor Redekop?
Thank you. So, with respect to, just staying on the, I guess maybe the bird theme, the report makes reference to the developer wanting to move to clear this site as quickly as possible in advance of the migratory bird nesting season. The letter that we received from the Conservation Authority, which is part of the addendum to our agenda, has additional advisory comments on page 4 of that letter. It identifies the migratory bird nesting season as being March 15th to August 31st. I don't see, I could be wrong, but even if we approved this resolution, this recommendation this evening, I don't see any approvals being granted for clearing by March the 15th. Is that a safe assumption?
Mr. Brady?
No, it's not a safe assumption. If approval is given this evening for this, the developer could come with an application to remove one of the areas, not one of the areas near the EPA lands, one of the areas that is needed archaeological work on, and we would move ahead with that. The other thing that we've done in the past, and we would discuss with the Conservation Authority, is whether or not a tree nest survey could be done of an area, so that biologists would go in and take a look and determine that there are no nests in a certain spot or a certain area. And if there are no nests in that area, then we would also be able to move forward with that. But you're right, there is some urgency in moving forward. If this project is delayed, then a year could be lost because of the environmental protections that are afforded to birds.
So by definition, the answer to my question would be no, there's no likelihood, because today's March the 5th. We don't have a meeting until March the 19th, so even if there was something that we could pass tonight and on March the 19th, we're not going to be doing it before March the 15th. Then the question becomes, do we, in lieu of no clearance because of migratory bird nesting, we authorize someone to go through the area that's proposed to be cleared to look for birds' nests? Isn't that the way we operate this?
Correct.
Mr. Brady, yep.
And then, according to the report, there are some other things that need to be done. There needs to be an agreement, doesn't there need to be something other than just us passing this report?
Mr. Brady, what are the next steps?
Assuming the reports that are before us this evening are approved, they would be back to you as bylaws, as you mentioned, on the 19th. Then there's an appeal period, but it's within the risk of the developer at that point, if they wish to move forward within that appeal period. If they do a bird nesting survey and identify that certain areas have no bird nesting within them, then we would move forward in that area. So that after the 19th, we could have that, and areas could be started to be, wooded areas could be started to be removed by the 20th.
Even in advance of the appeal period lapsing?
That would be a risk that the developer would be taking.
So what is the collateral on our behalf to try to mitigate that risk?
We would ask for a $50,000 letter of credit that would reestablish the trees if they needed to be.
Mayor Redecamp?
So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate all that, but I have to say I'd be hard pressed to, during an appeal period, authorize that type of activity. That just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Even if I'm sympathetic to development on this property proceeding, I think it would be foolhardy for us to contemplate simply ignoring the appeal period, because if there was an appeal and if it was successful, even if we had $50,000 in securities, I don't think we'd look terribly good basically circumventing not so much the process, but good judgment. So I don't know that I would be persuaded on that account. Then again, I might not be here on May the 19th. Maybe I'll be elsewhere. But I think that would be dangerous. So in case anybody's trying to guess what I'm thinking on that process, it would be that I wouldn't want to approve something of that nature prior to the expiration of the appeal period. I understand the nesting survey, and it may very well be that that's something that would take place, and it may very well be that some clearing could be done during that migratory bird period based on that.
And for archaeological.
And I know that that's been done, we've done that in the past, and maybe would take some guidance from Environment Canada. I did have a technical question about the addendum to the EIS. That was prepared when? In February?
I believe so. Is there not a date on it? I'm sorry.
I don't think we have a copy of the addendum to the EIS.
Oh, it's not there? No. Mr. Kernahan?
The Mayor, the addendum to the EIS was submitted on February 12th.
And then that was circulated to the NPCA.
Correct. There was two addenda, through you, Chair. There was two addenda. One was specifically to address the comments and questions of the NPCA. The second was to address the comments and questions of the Environmental Advisory Committee. The second addenda included the first. So in essence, it was comprehensive to the comments of the NPCA and the Environmental Advisory Committee. The precise date that was submitted
That's fine.
is shortly after February the 12th.
So, Mr. Chair, does EAC get a copy of the EIS and the addendum to review?
Through your Chair, yes, they did.
Okay.
And that happened in advance of them deliberating on the comments that we see in the report?
That's correct.
Okay.
So then, with respect to, I'm now on page 15, but with respect to the archaeological items. So we have one pre-contact, which would mean, I presume, native presence. And is there a protocol in place that requires the municipality to consult the indigenous population if there is some type of indication that there's a pre-contact site?
You're referring to like an overarching policy,
Yeah.
townwide? Yeah, Mr. Brady?
First of all, we suspect, at this point in time, it's just suspected that it may be a pre-contact site. There has to be further investigation to determine what it is. Once that determination is made and it actually is a pre-contact site, yes, then we will reach out to the Native Center.
My understanding of what's transpiring here is that the Phase 1 and Phase 2 studies have been completed, but because this pre-contact site and the one other site of some significance is within Block 107, the Environmental Protection Area, and there's not any construction anticipated in that area, there won't necessarily be any further studies on that. Is that correct?
That's correct, right, Mr.
That's
Brady?
correct.
Yeah.
So then in terms of the following page, it says, it's recommended that the balance of the study area outside of the site areas and surrounding protective buffer be cleared of archaeological concern via the completion of further archaeological assessment. Now, I've looked at, and I presume that that's a condition of draft plan approval, and I've looked at condition 30-something, 37 or 31.
31 is Canada Post, yep, 37.
37, and the second paragraph states that a subsequent stage 3-4 study may be recommended. So that condition says may. The report is a bit more affirmative. And I presume that if we pass the report, we're going with the wording of the condition.
Mr. Brady?
The wording that is in that condition is the wording that the region had requested, and they are the archaeological clearance body. I believe they used the word may as opposed to the word shall, so that if the archaeological study that identifies that at the end of the Phase 3 that there isn't the need to go into a Phase 4, there's no requirement to do it. So it provides for some flexibility based on the evidence that is discovered as the archaeological process moves forward.
Just for clarity then, is it the intention that there be a Phase 3 on the balance of the site?
Yes.
So should this condition not say that a subsequent stage 3 study and will be conducted and a stage 3 study may be recommended? Shouldn't we be more precise?
If the mayor wishes to amend the condition, that's fine. That is the standard condition which is used in draft plans throughout the Niagara Peninsula, and it's a requirement done by the region.
Who are the approval authority?
Who are the approval authority?
This doesn't say that you have to do a stage 3. It says stage 3 study may be recommended. So is it the intention that there be a stage 3 without question?
It's my understanding that the Phase 2 study, which has been completed, is requiring there to be a Phase 3, and it's on that basis that that's moving forward. On the basis of what it discovers, it will determine whether or not there are Phase 4 studies required, if at all.
So is there any harm, if I might, Mr. Chair, is there any harm in us amending this to ensure that there's a stage 3 and, if recommended, a stage 4?
This is going to sound a bit bureaucratic, and I don't mean it to be so, but we've tried very, very hard in the Niagara region to come up with standard clauses for standard conditions so that all subdivisions are being dealt with the same. So when the region provides us with wording on that, unless there's a very good reason to change it, we don't. If the council wishes to change it, that's fine, but we won't be recommending that.
So I haven't seen the stage 2 archaeological study assessment, so I don't know what the recommendations are. You're saying, Mr. Brady, if I might, through the chair, you're saying that it recommends a stage 3 study.
It recommends further study, which would be a Phase study.
Then I wonder, and the region has seen the stage 1 and 2 assessments?
Yes, sir.
So the region should change its its policy, because I don't take a lot of comfort in this particular wording. I don't know what would arise out of it one way or the other, but
Do you know anyone who sits on regional council that might be able to do that?
yeah, but not on the, and I know someone that sits on the planning committee, but he's not here tonight. That doesn't help us, because if we pass this,
Yeah, I'm hesitant just for Mr. Brady's comments to keep it consistent. I know it's something we've been striving for, even from a customer service point of view.
so then, and I don't mind that, it's just that the report itself states that there will be a stage 3 assessment, or it says there will be further assessment, and it's not quite that assertive. I'm going to leave that for the moment. I'll, if I might, I'll maybe come back to that.
Okay.
And I'm content to give up the floor for now.
Okay, Councillor Luberts.
Yes, just to follow up on that, I'm reading on page 33 with the archaeological, and it says the applicant completed an archaeological assessment summarized above, including commentary from the region, which identifies 2 areas of archaeological significance. And then it goes on to say that the archaeological assessment does not identify the amusement park foundations as worthy, but it does say the assessment concludes that a stage 3 archaeological assessment is required for the entire site prior to any development. So just to follow up on what the mayor was saying, I mean, the region has already looked at this, and the assessment concluded that a stage 3 is required. So I don't know that it would be a problem to put it in there that it is required. And I understand what Mr. Brady's saying, and that they're trying to come up with some standard wording when it comes to these types of things. And if that's the case, then we need to be consistent in our reporting, because you're saying that it may be required, but now it's saying that it is required, and we're not being consistent. So, I mean, everything has to be consistent, so I would feel much more comfortable if we made sure that the further studies be done. And
so it does go on to say, Councillor Luberts, that conditions of approval have been included in Appendix 9, and that's been written by the region, which is the same entity that's giving you the information that you just referred to above.
The mayor was asking about making an amendment to make sure that it's being done, and Mr. Brady is saying that, you know, the region is trying to be consistent with their wording, and let's just leave it as it may be required. And I'm not comfortable with leaving it as may be required. I think that the region has looked at this. This here paragraph explains it. And if you look at it, the archaeological resources as well as site significance, I mean, this all has to do with the period of the War of 1812. And
so would you like to go one step further than the mayor and put that amendment forward, Councillor
yes,
Luberts?
I would like to put that. Look at what it says. You're talking about the War of 1812. We're talking about people that gave up their lives, right, for this country, to build this country. And we're saying that we'll just forego any further archaeological studies, and we'll just, you know, push everything off to the side with the bucket of a backhoe.
I don't know if that's everyone's interpretation. That the region is the approval authority. They're the ones that see this through. But you know, what is your amendment? That you'd like the draft plan condition to say shall instead of may?
A stage 3 archaeological assessment shall be required.
Okay.
Yes.
Comments or questions to that amendment? I think we've gone around that unless there's a question of specificity to the staff. Mayor Redekop?
I'm just looking at the letter from the region, and it talks about assessment recommends further stage 3 assessment if the protective zoning changes, or if any soil disturbance or removal of vegetation will take place. That, I think, is relative to within the environmental protection area. So,
Mr. Brady, can I ask a quick question? I apologize, Mayor Redekop. Even if we were to amend this, does that supersede what the region may or may not do as the approval authority?
No. If you amend it, the only issue I'll have is the region says, it's your condition, we may or may not clear it, which will get into a big kerfuffle, and I'll get arguing, and we'll get arguing, and, you know, time will get delayed, et cetera. But at the end of the day, you know, we'll get the mayor in and Sandy in, and it'll get resolved. But if you change it, that's fine. We'll carry on with it. The archaeological assessment will be done.
Your
Not
recommendation
in
is,
the EPA lands.
yeah, your recommendation is to leave the wording.
Yes.
Okay, so let's call that on the amendment so we can move on. So those in favor of the amendment to change that wording? Opposed? So that is defeated. Councillor Luberts, you still have the floor.
Kind of wasting my time having the floor, but yeah, I'll allow other councilors to speak, and then I'll come back later.
Well, we're running out of councillors, so if you have further questions, now is as good a time
Well, I
as
know the
any.
mayor wanted to come back with something else. I'll wait.
Okay. Mayor Redekop?
sure. Do we have any type of preliminary site plan with respect to the tower block?
Mr. Brady?
Nothing which I would refer to as a site plan, no.
The design that was shown at the public meetings, that was just kind of a very, very high-level scope of possibilities?
I would refer to that technically as a cut and paste, just to show that it can fit.
Okay. Mayor Redekop?
And I think I asked the other day that when we get to the servicing of this property, that there will be fiber optics that will be run within the subdivision?
I think that was in the affirmative.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's implicit in the conditions that it's part of the servicing, I suppose, that Bell or someone else will be doing?
It would be a part of the servicing of the subdivision, yes.
Then, I guess I don't really want to necessarily flog a dead horse, but on page 19, there's a reference to, again, the archaeological stuff. And I took a look at our official plan, which actually makes reference to cultural heritage. And there's several forms of cultural heritage. There's the landscapes, built heritage, archaeological sites, movable heritage, and intangible heritage. And I know that the archaeological work is done premised on guidelines that they're provided through provincial legislation or regulations. But that wouldn't necessarily cover something like intangible heritage, which relates to something significant within the community, relative to the history of the community, what have you. And in this particular site, we have a boardwalk, Friendship Trail, and we have poster boards that highlight what was in that area 100 years ago or thereabouts. So that when it comes to whether or not, and these matters, if there are cultural heritage issues, they're to be referred to the Museum and Heritage Services Committee. But who makes that determination as to whether it should be referred, even if there's not strict built heritage or cultural heritage landscapes or archaeological sites, something like intangible heritage, who makes that determination?
Mr. Brady?
Planning staff makes that determination, and in the past, we've not asked that committee to be involved in these matters. What we do involve them in is when we do parks planning, and as you're aware, that some of the plaques that are within the park that we own at the present time, and if and when the lands are approved and they're acquired either by ourselves or by the Conservation Authority or in some combination thereof, I would hope and pray that there would be a master plan that would be developed for all of these lands, including of the lands that we own at the present time. Then we would certainly bring that group into it, because those issues would be to the forefront in terms of identifying those values that may want to be highlighted on the property.
So just to somewhat follow up on that, we have an official plan. The official plan provides a process, says that we should be consulting, I think, the Museum and Cultural Heritage Committee, and, or whatever it's called. And yet, I guess it could be argued in this particular case that there's not even intangible heritage value for this parcel, and therefore no need to refer it. I think I'd rather hear that than to be told that we, as a matter of course, simply don't consult that committee. They have a function, they're referred to in our official plan, and so I would hope that in the future we hear from them, or at least they're consulted. So can I then glean, Mr. Chair, that because this particular development was not referred to that committee, there is no cultural heritage aspect that staff considered needed to be reviewed by that committee?
Mr. Brady, what was the thought process behind planning staff's determination?
That's correct. We could refer. What we try to do is we try to consistently have the same groups involved in all processes. So what I will do is I will reach out to the Municipal Heritage Committee, and I will ask them whether or not they want to be to have draft plans of subdivision and rezonings and official plan amendments sent to them in the future, and provide them with an opportunity to give me some direction on that.
Well, that's great, because that's what the official plan essentially says. So I don't know why that's a big deal. If I might continue, the next page is a reference to the MPCA having identified the subject lands as being located within a highly vulnerable aquifer area. Is that something that we need to be concerned about?
Which page are you on, Mayor Redekop?
I'm on page 20.
20, okay.
And it's under natural heritage.
Gotcha.
And it's the first paragraph.
Mr. Brady?
I'm sorry. I was taking a note on the one request that the mayor's made, and while I was taking that note, there was another. Could you please refresh my memory?
Mayor Redekop?
Yes. Thank you for your restraint, Mr. Brady.
I try.
I was thinking which adjective you were going to be putting in there. On the next page, page 20, under natural heritage, there's a reference to the MPCA identifying a highly vulnerable aquifer. My question was, is that something that we need be concerned about? The council need to be concerned about?
No. When we received the final comments from the Conservation Authority, that concern is something that's dealt with where we have drinking water wells.
Right.
This particular area has a water supply, and all the homes that will be built on this, including the condominium, will have piped water.
Thank you. And if I might, Mr. Chair, so then on the next page, 21, there's a reference to, under Development Coordinator, that the owner will be required to submit additional Planning Act applications to the town for development of Block 85. I presume that's the site plan as an example. Is there
Mr. Brady?
anything-
Sorry. Certainly, there's a number of things that will be coming to the Development Coordinator. One, in terms of Block 85, will be the site plan. In terms of the overall development, there will be the subdividers agreement.
Okay. And that would include Block 85 as well as part of the total subdivision, I presume. The District School Board of Niagara on page 22 said it had no objections. I presume that we also send this out to the Catholic School Board?
We do. They don't often respond.
And yet, just refresh my memory, aren't they the school board that's collecting development charges?
You are absolutely correct.
That's interesting.
They do ask for their quarterly endowment.
We hear from them quarterly.
Yeah.
Okay. You've given me your comments with respect to the underground animal passage, underground crossing. So then I'm now on okay. I think that's been dealt with.
Councillor Luberts, do you have anything further while the mayor's reviewing his notes?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on, earlier the mayor was asking about some of the work being done and the timing as to March 15th, when the bird nesting season starts. Mr. Brady made a comment that what we could do is have the developer or someone do a bird nesting study to see when if there's any place that the birds aren't nesting. And I guess the question that I need to ask is the same question that was asked of me when I asked about doing a study with the ornithologist. And who's going to pay for this bird nesting study?
Mr. Brady?
Because the developer has already been told what he has to pay for. That's already been dealt with. So now who's going to pay for this?
Mr. Brady?
If the developer wishes to wait through the process, then he can do so. If he wishes to accelerate it by asking us to allow him to cut down those trees earlier than the dates which have been established, then it's his request, and at that point we ask for the study. So they're asking to move forward and to do something quicker, and at that point we feel that we're empowered to ask for that additional work at that point in time.
So this is not something that would have been on the original list of check boxes, but if they want to do it, they foot the bill.
That's true, but in addition, the environmental consultant is well aware of the protocol that we use.
Councillor Luberts?
No, but I guess it seems that if you're willing to pay, then anything can get done. And I guess that's the way it works. Thanks.
Councillor Zanko, anything that's come up? No? Councillor Nuts? No? Mayor Redekop?
Thank you. Getting near the end. Some of the impacts that were identified in terms of the environment related to 4 particular species of flora, and there's a suggestion that there can be new plantings of similar types of species, perhaps around the stormwater management plan, pond. And is that something that EAC considered when they reviewed this matter?
Mr. Kernahan, would you like to comment on that?
They wanted to have a part in the selection of what species would be planted around the stormwater management pond within vegetated buffers and along the streetscape.
And that's one of the conditions of draft approval that's being recommended.
That's correct.
If I could keep Mr. Kernahan up here just to follow up.
You have no other plans, do you, Mr. Kernahan?
Oh.
Except maybe supper. So when we get to the next heading here, it's dealing with this high density block and the tower that we constructed. The statement in the report is, and I know you authored this report, there's a need for apartment dwellings in the community. And I suppose in a general sense, that's true.
That's correct. There's, I would suggest an imbalance between the supply and the demand.
And then the next sentence says, or at least talks about, in order to accommodate an aging population. These are going to be high, your understanding is, I guess, that these are going to be high-end units.
That's correct.
So this isn't a situation where somebody's going to be, an older person in town is going to be selling their house and moving into one of these units, I shouldn't think.
I would anticipate that's certainly a possibility. That
Okay.
That could happen, yes.
So if you had a big house, no mortgage, okay. There's a greater likelihood, I think, that these will be acquired by, well, you know what, let's not even go there. So the, one of the issues that I had raised with Mr. Brady related to the Block 107 and the condition that deals with it being put into some type of public ownership. And we have a specific condition with respect to that. You know which one it is offhand, Mr. Brady?
I'm sure Mr. Gray will find it in a second.
Yeah, bear with me.
Okay, it's number 28. Condition 28. So, is it possible, I don't know whether you can answer this or not, Mr. Kernahan, is it possible for us to include in that condition that pending the transfer of that block to a public agency, that the public continue to have access to it?
Mr. Brady?
No. We cannot impose the ability on someone else's land for them to allow the public on it. That would be like us saying to an owner of a property, we're going to say that the public can walk across your front lawn. We can't impose that. Private ownership has certain rights, and one of the rights is to be able to stop trespass.
So, and yet we're directing that the owner has to transfer this property to a public agency.
That's correct, because what we would like to do is we'd like to be able to perpetuate public access to the property, and in my opinion, the best way to do that is to have it owned by the public.
Do we have any reason to believe, Mr. Brady, that if it were to be acquired by the NPCA, that their plans would be anything other than public use?
I have no suggestions that they would have any other use but public use. I can also suggest to you that if this moves ahead and everything moves ahead and the Conservation Authority eventually becomes the owners of the property, I'll be pushing them very hard to do a master plan for how this property would be utilized in the future in conjunction with the town and our lands there, because we have assets there as well, and it would not make any sense to me that those two assets do not work together and cooperate with one another as we move forward. Besides that, we have the parking; they don't.
Mayor Redicott?
Yeah, I don't have much of an issue with if the Conservation Authority acquires the land, because we've already had some discussions about the possibility of working collaboratively on a master plan for that parcel and our park. I'm just concerned about the length of time it might take to enter into that type of agreement. I don't know that the owner has any intention of doing anything. So far, the owner's owned the property for, I guess, some period of time. Access has still been available to the public, and I presume that the owner would continue that if these recommendations are adopted. So, that's my question.
Mayor, can I just ask Mr. Brady for Mr. Brady, can you remind us what the correlation is again between this condition and the rest of the process?
Yes, until that condition is dealt with to the satisfaction of the town, the property cannot be registered. So the town has some control.
Mayor Reddick?
We can't control it, but we have some control.
Some control, yeah. Mr. Brady, how long, well, I guess it's at the at the whim of the ownership group or the developer as to how long they'd like to wheel and deal with the NPCA before they can move their process along, before they come to us if they're not getting a satisfactory response from the other entity?
I think that's a fair statement, and I think that the ownership group, in terms of their comments to me, they'd like to move forward as quickly as possible, and I'm hopeful that the Conservation Authority will respond in detail.
I know they could use a couple good news stories. Mayor Redekop?
Yeah, getting near the end here. So there is a reference to a request for a play structure within the subdivision area, and that's addressed in this report. But I'm wondering whether that's, whether when we were going through our Parks and Open Spaces master plan, there would be a look at whether there's a park needed in this type of area, something that we would consider.
Mr. Brady?
Certainly, it will be looked at as part of the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. The one that's being talked about in that area is, I'm going to refer to as a tot lot, which may be over by the stormwater management pond. The town may well decide that it's a good location within our current park holdings to put in a larger play structure. But again, the Parks and Open Space Master Plan will look at that.
Okay, so now I'm at the addendum, which is the Conservation Authority's request for conditions. And attached to the letter from the MPCA is an Appendix 2, which outlines some amendments I believe staff is recommending be made to the conditions of draft approval, some removed, some reworded.
Mr. Brady,
That's
Appendix 2
correct.
is authored by staff?
The memo is authored by staff as well as the revisions. What we thought would be appropriate would be to actually provide what we think the new condition should be, rather than just say make this, that change or that change. So the exact wording that we think that should replace the conditions is identified there.
So, Mr. Chair, I would move that we amend the conditions of draft plan approval as recommended in Appendix 2. So that would affect conditions 51, 52, 54, and 55.
Okay, that amendment is on the floor. Mr. Brady, no further comments to that, okay? We're looking at Appendix 2 to the memo that was sent out as an addendum. Councillor Luberts?
Yeah, I think we need to read the amendment out, because I think we need to add Appendix 2 of NPCA's recommendations.
Sure, I can read it.
We don't want to get confused with Appendix 2 from what report.
And there wouldn't be any talk of Appendix 2 versus the NPCA report, because these are just replacing the conditions within our current conditions.
So maybe I should just read what this
yep.
says. Okay, so, Mr. Chair, I move to amend the conditions of draft approval found in Appendix 9 of the report before us to provide as follows. One, that condition 51 be replaced with the following: that the developer submit to the Region of Niagara for review and approval detailed grading, storm servicing, stormwater management, and construction sediment control drawings. 2, that condition 52 be removed. 3, that condition 54 be replaced with the following: that sediment control and limit of work fencing be shown on the grading plan to the satisfaction of the Region of Niagara, and that no grading occur beyond this point. Limit of work fencing must be maintained during the development process, and all silt fencing shall be removed once work is completed, and all exposed soils are revegetated or otherwise stabilized. 4, that condition 55 be replaced with the following: that prior to any site clearing, the developer submit a tree saving plan to the town for review and approval as required under policy 7.B.1.19 of the regional official plan. The tree saving plan shall be prepared in accordance with section 1.36 of the Region of Niagara Tree and Forest Conservation Bylaw. That's bylaw 30-2008, and shall implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study prepared by LCA Environmental dated October 2017.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. So that amendment is on the floor. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Mayor Redekop?
Yes, so there was there was a request by the Conservation Authority that these conditions 51, 54, and 55 be included in the subdivision agreement. That's not in the draft conditions of approval. Should that not be? Should that not be a specific condition?
Mr. Brady?
They're fine the way they are. We'll deal with putting the appropriate ones in the subdivision agreement as we move through the process. As long as the draft plan conditions are draft plan conditions to be cleared by the region, we will deal with them moving the appropriate ones into the subdivision agreement as required.
Okay, so in essence, that's not necessary for us to address right now.
Tonight, yep.
So then, in alternatives on page 35, there was, and there's a revision, I believe, to the plan submitted that provides by way of an amendment that the developer would engineer design street D in such a way as to cause all above ground infrastructure equipment to be located on the east side of Street D so that the west side boulevard may be free from obstruction to act as a wildlife corridor. That
just for reference, Mayor, this is page 102 of the report.
Yeah, I'm on the, you're looking at the plan?
The appendix 10, yes.
Right. So I'm looking at page 35 of the report.
I'm there too, but yeah, if anybody would like a visual as to what you're speaking of, it's page 102.
So the staff says there's no need for that to be necessary, but just by way of clarification, during the meeting last week with the developer, I believe, agreed to the creation of a naturalized area between Dominion Road and, I don't know if maybe it's not Street D, maybe it's a completely different issue. But is this what we're talking about?
Yeah, Street D. Street D and Dominion. Mr. Cook, could you comment on discussions with the developers and to what they were agreeable to and where things left off?
Absolutely. So in our meeting last week, we talked about extending that corridor, which presently goes from Street A down Southerly. If we could align that up such that there was a corridor that continued north to Dominion and across, and the developer was open to that and looked and said he would be open to moving Street D, realigning it so that there would be a continued 50-foot buffer, I'll say, on the west side of the proposed Street D. So it was a very good meeting.
So this wording that I just read out, it's at the bottom of page 35 of the report, relative to Street D and the street infrastructure being on the east side, that would create this type of...
Mr. Kernahan?
Through you, Chair, to the Mayor, yes, that in conjunction with Council approving the plan, which is included as Appendix 3 to my memorandum. That plan, as included as Appendix 3 in the memorandum, was designed to implement that situation that Mr. Cookett was speaking about. So that plan would provide for that buffer. That condition included in the alternative section would guide us on how to implement the construction of infrastructure around it.
Okay, when you say Appendix 3 to your memorandum...
Of the NPCA, the memo from staff regarding the NPCA comments.
Okay.
So the last page.
Right. Okay, that's right.
So through you, Chair, to the Mayor, that concept was derived following the preparation of the planning report this evening. So the planning report didn't contemplate Council approving Appendix 3. However, Appendix 3 is what implements the discussions that were had on February 28th.
Okay, so just to make this really confusing, if the wording at the bottom of page 35 of your report were added as a condition. Does that accomplish the creation of the wildlife corridor from Dominion down to the strip that then takes you into the stormwater management pond area?
Through your chair, no. Council would need to approve the alternative plan that's included as Appendix 3 in order to create that wildlife corridor, because the other recommendation of the staff report is that the plan included as Appendix 2 to PDS 18 be approved. So
Right.
that would need to be altered to accommodate what's included in Appendix 3 to the memorandum.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, we would then presumably move to substitute Appendix 3 for an existing Appendix 2 attached to the report?
If you wish, in the first where it says Appendix 2, you would move to replace it with Appendix 3. Is that correct?
Of the memorandum.
Of the memorandum.
You're on page 10.
Yeah, we're back to the recommendations. So it would be in the first recommendation, would be, and traditional lands as redlined by town staff as shown in, and then we would take out Appendix 2 and replace with Appendix 3 of the staff
As shown in the memorandum.
Memorandum from Matt Kernahan to the mayor and council.
Had to get your
dated-
name in there, didn't you?
Did. Sorry.
And we should refer to the date of that, March 1st, 2018. Okay, so what does my amendment say?
So we are amending the first recommendation so it would read, an additional lands as redlined by town staff and shown in Appendix 3 of the memorandum from Matt Kernahan, Appendix 3, dated March 1st, 2018. Sufficient, Mr. Brady? Okay.
Is that clear enough, Madam Clerk? Everybody understand what we're doing?
Comments or questions on that amendment? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried.
So, if I might, Mr. Chair, again, there's been some dialogue with respect to the parking for the tower block, the tower that will be constructed. And I've consulted Mr. Brady with respect to this. I've spoken to Mr. Kernahan about this. We're all in agreement that this is likely going to be a high-end building, and that people who are going to be living in it probably aren't going to be wanting to go out to clear the snow off their car or weather a rainstorm just to get to their car. So that some of the parking, I had always assumed that much of the parking would be underground. However, Mr. Brady has suggested to me that a better way to deal with this would be, and again, it's obviously subject to council's agreement, but I'd like to move to amend the conditions of approval to include one, or is this amending the zoning bylaw, Mr. Brady?
If council wishes to pursue this matter, the best way to do it is to pursue it through an amendment to the zoning bylaw.
Okay. So then I'd like to move to amend the proposed zoning amendment to provide that 90% of the required residential parking for the proposed apartment building is to be located within the building's footprint. Is that adequate, Mr. Brady? So what that means essentially is that it doesn't have to be underground. It could be above ground. It has to be within the footprint of the building. And Mr. Kernahan was explaining to me about shrouding mechanisms, what have you, but it provides protective parking for the residents, number one, and number two, it alleviates the need of having a large parking area outside of the building, which I can't imagine would be very popular with people that are going to be buying homes or townhouses in the vicinity. So I'd like to make that amendment to the zoning, proposed zoning amendment.
Mr. Brady, have any discussions been had with the developer about pursuing anything of this nature? And why wouldn't they have included this in their original submission?
I received a phone call from one of the developers today, and he made it very clear to me that they weren't interested in that kind of amendment to the zoning. He felt that the costs that would be associated with that would be substantial, and I suggested to him that there would certainly be some of the parking would normally be enclosed on a condo of this type. And while he acknowledged that, he thought that that was something that should be worked out at the site plan stage with the eventual builder of the property, and didn't feel that that restriction should be placed on the property at this time.
Is there a planning case to be made to force this of them through an amendment?
If there was a planning case, we would have made it. I believe that we have sufficient control through the site plan process to force the developer to end up designing the site, or not the developer so much as the builder, to design the site that it deals with the appropriateness of keeping everything back from the natural area, and also to deal with it in appropriate fashions.
Okay, thank you for that. Comments or questions to the amendment? Councillor Nutt?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Brady. If we approve the mayor's recommendation and amendment, what would that do to the height of the tower?
It would depend upon how it was actually done. You could, the height of the tower is established by the zoning bylaw, so that will be it. What it would do is it would increase the footprint of the building. The actual building itself would become larger because it would have to accommodate the parking within it.
Councillor Nutt? Councillor Luberts?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you're in, I guess my question to Mr. Brady, if we're going to be increasing the footprint, what are we accomplishing? The whole idea is to get rid of the parking around the building and put it underneath the building. And if we're increasing the size of the footprint, are we not just building a fence around a parking lot?
Mr. Brady?
The parking has to go someplace. Given the, if it goes underground, then there would be additional floors underground. But the more modern way of doing this is to have one or two floors of the building to be utilized by parking, and have the height remain the same and the unit count remain the same, and the request for the parking to be in the building. The way that would be accomplished is the actual building footprint would expand.
Yeah, I kind of got a few of
Breaking
those
up.
words, but I didn't get them all. But I think I got the idea.
Mr. Brady, was it the microphone or your voice cutting out?
It's
You gotta
rarely
build
my
a bigger
voice.
footprint, and I don't see that you're accomplishing much other than you're just shuffling space around. I don't, and you got to go higher if you're going to put it underneath the building, and I think that's the problem already. It's already too high, and I won't be supporting that amendment.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? So that's defeated. Mayor Redekop, you still have the floor.
Yes, so just going to the conditions that are now in the, they're part of Appendix 9. Condition 24 that deals with a vegetative buffer along the southern boundary of Block 85. There is no specific reference to what that buffer would look like, how wide will be contained in it. Is that all something that takes place during the site plan approval process?
Mr. Brady?
It is something that's dealt with through the site plan approval process. What we're contemplating in that vegetative buffer is 3 meters. And if council would like to add 3 meters to that, I certainly don't have any issues with that, so that there's some dimensionality to it.
Could be more than 6 meters after site plan process, I suppose. Is that possible, Mr. Brady?
Mr. Brady?
I had mentioned 3 meters, but you're right, it could be more than 3. What's going on with this microphone? Yes, it could be more than 3 meters after the site plan process. In fact, there will be 10 meters from the boundary of the, now with the changes that we made this evening,
15.
There will be 15 meters from the boundary of the condo to the EPA lands to the building face. So there will be an area of 15 meters in there.
And then, so I think what I'd like to do, I'd like to add a condition that of draft approval that the site plan be subject to approval by the council. The site plan for the development of Block 85. And again, I've discussed that with Mr. Brady. Gave me some alternatives. That's the one I think that I think is the most efficient if we're to be involved in this.
So that amendment is on the floor. Councillor Nutt?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Brady. What were the other alternatives that were presented to the mayor, since the rest of council wasn't privy to that conversation?
The discussion dealt with 2 issues, both involving the public with reviewing the site plan at an appropriate stage, and the second was who should have the ultimate decision on the site plan. One of the suggestions I made was that council could direct staff to have a public open house and present the site plan to the public at that open house. I'm going to have to change microphones. That we've done before, and what happens is that the site plan and its design and its designers are put up, elevations are put up, the site plan itself. The members of the public are invited to it. We put an announcement in the newspaper announcing that there will be a public open house for this purpose, and invite people to come in. They come in, they take a look at it, they make comments, and we try to incorporate those into the site plan process. So that was the one suggestion. And the other suggestion was that the council take control of the site plan process, and they would then be responsible for the approval of the site plan process and any public consultation that they may or may not think is appropriate at that time.
Councillor Nutt?
Thank you. I'd like to move to extend. We're almost at deadline.
So a motion to extend the hour to 10:30. All in favor? Approved. Councillor Nutt?
Thank you, Mr. Brady. I have no further questions.
Mayor Redicott?
Yeah, just to respond.
Sorry. Can I, you're responding to?
I just wanted to respond to the question raised by Councillor Nutt and the comments made by Mr. Brady. I understood that as part of the site plan process, council would receive a report. That would be part of a council agenda. The public would have access to that report, If anybody wanted to register as a delegate and make comments, they could, but it wouldn't involve more than that, as opposed to public meetings and further submissions to council. We could, as I said, deal with it in a more efficient fashion.
Councillor Zanko? Okay. Nothing further, Mr. Brady? Okay, so that amendment is on the floor. All in favor? That's carried. Mayor Redekop?
Comment that I had, Mr. Chair, related to the condition that the mitigation measures outlined in the EIS be followed or what have you. The recommendations, there's a one-paragraph recommendation section in the EIS, which basically says it is recommended that the mitigation measures discussed in the EIS be implemented, so that there's no real collection of what those recommendations are. You'd have to go through the whole EIS to figure out what they are. And so I think in the future, when we're dealing with this type of thing, it would be preferable if the recommendations in the EIS, when they're provided to us, are at least summarized in an appendix, and then they can be part of the conditions of draft approval, so that everybody's clear on what they actually are. Because I don't know who's seen the EIS. I don't know who in the public has had access to the EIS. I know some people have, but I think it would be easier for everyone if that's how we proceeded in the future.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Mr. Brady, the one thing we didn't touch on that I did receive quite a few emails on was regarding fencing of the northern border of the environmental protection block. Could you just make a comment as to why staff are not recommending that?
There's where the EPA lands will meet the single-family housing, we are proposing as a condition that that be fenced, that a chain link fence be established at that area, because oftentimes when you have a single-family lot adjacent to a park or adjacent to an environmental area, people tend to migrate into it, and a chain link fence creates better neighbors. The area between the condominium block and the environmental protection area, we don't want it fenced with a chain link fence. What we want is a creative buffer to be put in there of vegetation and those kinds of things. So as a part of the site plan process, we're going to be looking for ways to move through that area so that the people from the condominium can walk on a nice trail and into the new trails, and that the people who are wandering along the trails may be able to walk through back into the condominium, so that if there is a coffee shop or there is that kind of thing in the base of the condominium, that they will have access to it. So the last thing you want is a fence that says no. So we don't want to do that, but we do want to make sure that the boundary between them is well demarked, and we'll deal with that through landscaping.
Okay. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list. What I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break, just so Madam Clerk could prepare a clean copy with the amendments, because there's also some implications for some of the other recommendations based on the amendments we've made. So we'll take a 5-minute, actually let's go 9 minutes, 10 after 10, we'll reconvene. reconvene. Madam Clerk, can you just first offer an explanation as to why some of the other VATs are going to change as a result of some of the amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Where there are instances where amendments have been made to the proposed zoning bylaw, it's also necessary for us to amend the last recommendation that's in the report that determines that no further notice is required. So I need to add those amendments in there so that that's taken care of. Other than that, draft plan of subdivision conditions are just added in here. And that's basically it. And I can read this all out for you now if you like.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first recommendation will now read, Council approves the Harbortown Draft Plan of Subdivision dated January 25th, 2018, showing 66 single detached dwelling lots, 16 townhouse blocks for a total of 61 units, 1 apartment block, 110 units, 1 stormwater management block, 1 parkland block, 1 pedestrian pathway block, 2 natural linkage blocks, 1 environmental protection block, daylighting triangles, and additional lands as redlined by town staff and shown in Appendix 3 of the memorandum dated March 1st, 2018, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P 13, and the regulations thereunder, subject to the conditions contained in Appendix 9 of Report Number PDS 18-2018. I believe that should say as amended. Those are draft plan conditions, right? As amended. Second recommendation will be changed to read, Council directs staff to circulate the conditions of draft plan approval in Appendix 9 of Report Number PDS 18-2018, amended as follows. That condition 51 be replaced with the following, that the developer submit to the Region of Niagara for review and approval, detailed grading, storm servicing, stormwater management, and construction sediment control drawings. That condition 52 be removed. That condition 54 be replaced with the following, that sediment control and limit of work fencing be shown on the grading plan to satisfaction of the Region of Niagara, and that no grading occur beyond this point. Limit of work fencing must be maintained during the development process, and all silt fencing shall be removed once work is completed and all exposed soils are revegetated or otherwise stabilized. That condition 55 be replaced with the following, that prior to any site clearing, the developer submit a tree-saving plan to the town for review and approval as required under Policy 7.B.1.19 of the Regional Official Plan. The tree-saving plan shall be prepared in accordance with Section 1.36 of the Region of Niagara Tree and Forest Conservation Bylaw, bracket Bylaw 30-2008, bracket, and shall implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study prepared by LCA Environmental dated October 2017, and circulate them to the applicable agencies in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. And further, Council approves the amendment to the town's official plan for Harbortown subdivision as detailed in Appendix 4 of Report Number PDS 18-2018, and directs staff to submit the necessary bylaw to Council for approval. And further, that Council approves the amendment to the town zoning bylaw number 129-90 for the Harbortown subdivision as detailed in Appendix 6 of Report Number PDS 18-2018, subject to, in the RM2 zone, the minimum yard provisions be changed from 10 meters to 15 meters from the south property line and from 30 meters to 25 meters from the north property line, and that no drive-through establishments be permitted in the R2 zone, and direct staff to submit the necessary bylaw to Council for approval. And further, Council directs that the holding provision not be removed until the subdivision agreement has been completed to the satisfaction of the Town Council. And further, that Council hereby determines that in accordance with Section 34 sub 17 of the Planning Act, further notice is not required as a result of the proposed changes to the location of the parking area adjacent to the stormwater management pond. In the RM2 zone, the minimum yard provisions be changed from 10 meters to 15 meters from the south property line and from 30 meters to 25 meters from the north property line, and no drive-through establishments be permitted in the R2 zone since the holding of the public meeting on February 5th, 2018. And further, that a condition of approval be added to provide that the site plan for Block 85 be subject to Council approval.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor for the report as amended? Opposed? We do that again? In favor? Yep.
Do we not get a chance to make any comments? Any
Sure.
further-
Yep.
any-
Comments or questions to the report as amended?
Yeah. So that's what I was anticipating. You kind of caught me a little off guard as I was writing. With the errors and omissions, yeah, I didn't think there were any. I think it warrants that there be some comments made before at least I vote on this. Because it's not, it may look easy sitting up here. It's actually not. It can be fun. It can be difficult. And this is, did a lot of thinking about this over the past little while. I've spoken to a lot of people about this, a lot of people that I have a great deal of respect for, and people that have opinions that I value. But this is, to my way of thinking, this is an exercise in life, in the sense that this is all about how we accommodate the things that we need to do and the things that we want to do. In an ideal world, for the environmentalists, we wouldn't have to deal with issues of this nature. It would be very clear, and it wouldn't be just about the birds, it'd be about all wildlife. And we have great fortune in this community because of the natural heritage that we have. But as I said before, in order to ensure that we have that in the future, we have to protect that. We have to be very vigilant. And I think this particular exercise, this particular report, has at least highlighted for me how important it is that we do take seriously the things that, at least the things that I've been saying I believe and I value in this community, which is the natural heritage features and our proximity to nature. It's like a lot of things in life, sometimes we take that for granted until an application of this nature arises. Then we start to look at what is it that we really value? What is it that we're doing? Why are we here? Why are we holding public office? And it's because we, and I think I speak for all the councillors, we believe that we can have a positive influence on the decisions that are made in this community. That doesn't mean that I think, and I'm sure my colleagues agree, that we think we can satisfy everybody all of the time. I'm pretty confident that that doesn't happen. It never happened in my lifetime. But what it means is we strive to accomplish accommodation of as many people as we possibly can, so that going forward from the date that we make the decision, there's an opportunity for this to be a better community. And some of you I know are going to leave this room when this vote is held, and you're going to be terribly disappointed. And you're going to think that, this is the end. It's not the end. There are 50-something conditions that the developer has to meet. The developer has to go through a site plan process that this council will be reviewing, and there are all kinds of other requirements that need to be met. The reality is this property was designated in our official plan since the first official plan adopted by this community as residential development. It's been zoned since the beginning of the current town of Fort Erie for that type of development in the future. So we have to, when we're making these decisions, and I'm confident we're all doing the same thing, we're trying to do a cost-benefit analysis. What's the cost to the community? What's the benefit to the community? I don't have to worry too much about the developer, because the developer has done his own cost-benefit analysis. The developer has said, this is as far as I'll go, can't go any further. The developer is driven by market. I'm not intending to offend the developer, but the developer has to look at the financial bottom line of this exercise. This particular developer, I think, has something more in his mind that motivates him. From the very beginning, talking to Mr. Brady, from the very beginning, when I first met Mr. Costabile, he showed an interest in trying to do something unique in this community. And he's been somewhat sensitive to the environmental issues that have arisen. Not as sensitive as maybe I would like. Had a long conversation with his colleague, Mr. Henry, about 3 weeks ago, and certainly he didn't appreciate how I was approaching this. He was quite critical of me, and I'm not used to being criticized except at home. But we've had some discussions since then, and little things like an agreement to provide for a wildlife corridor north-south from the wetlands on the opposite side of Dominion Road through the little corridor to the stormwater management pond area, which is going to be significantly landscaped to provide for the potential for birds to forage, through the southerly portion of that parcel down into the wooded area, so that, you know, we're trying to provide for that. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe in the minds of some people it's not enough. Maybe in the minds of others it's too much. I don't think Mr. Costabile was particularly interested in doing that at the outset, but he made that concession, and I appreciate that. He did expand the size of the protected area after the first go-around. Again, not as much as I would like. I would think that we would have striven to protect all of those foundations and all of the wooded area. But I understand the comments made by our staff and the issues that they've contemplated. They've gone through the process. They're professionals. They're giving us their advice. I have a great deal of respect for Matt Kernahan's abilities. He's provided us with many reports in the past, and he's a quite experienced individual. And I can say the same about Mr. Brady. That doesn't mean that I always agree with him, and I'm not. I'd like to say that I'm thrilled when I cast my vote, that I'm just thrilled to do that. I can't say that because I would like to have gotten a little bit more. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more. But I'm old enough to know that you don't always get what you want entirely. And so I have to look at what's the benefit to the community out of this. The one big benefit to the community is that this 7 acres of land, 2.8 hectares, that people for decades have thought was public property, will at some point become publicly owned property. And so there won't be a question about whether the public has access, because they will have access. The issues about the birds, that's very concerning. And I would think that the ornithologist will be able to highlight, and FLAP will be able to highlight some things that we can do. The reality is there will be birds that will be killed. I know that, because there are birds that are killed in my backyard, running into the windows in my house, and it's only 2 stories high. So I know that there's going to be some devastation of birds, but birds have a way of finding ways around big buildings, and birds have a way of being able to manage to get from the lake through the woods to the next set of woods, what have you. So I've gone through this. I've done the cost-benefit analysis. The costs could be high. The benefits, I think, are significant. The benefits which relate to new residences, a good mix of housing, increased assessment base, an area that's developed that has sat for years now, for over 20 years. I think 25 years ago was the first draft plan that was approved and subdivision work started. That's going to be cleaned up. So we did hear from people that are happy that that's going to take place. I've heard a lot of comment in the community. A lot of people are supportive of this development. They understand what the issues are that the environmental community has brought forward. A lot of people are supportive of this, and I'm confident my colleagues have heard the same, or maybe not, I don't know. But on that basis, I have to make a vote. I can't get up and leave the room and say I wash my hands of it. This is part of our job. We're presented with these applications, and we have to make a decision. And if we vote no, if we turn this down, then we're basically starting from scratch with respect to that 7-acre woodland. We don't know what will happen next. We don't know what comes next. We don't know what will happen if the developer decides to appeal to the OMB, you know, what steps he might take, whether he'll decide to change his plan, maybe look for something more dense. We don't know that. I know what this proposal says. It's not the ideal location in my mind for the tower. I've expressed that concern to the developer. The developer's expressed his response to what he thinks of my view. But if nothing else, the big benefit from this will be that we, I believe as a council, and perhaps as a community, will recognize that we can't take our natural heritage for granted. We can't take the need for wildlife corridors in areas that are being developed for granted. So that I believe that we can move forward, strengthen those policies, and as each successive development comes forward, we'll have stronger policies that will assist us to do the type of protection that is warranted, so that as we go forward, the community will still have what it cherishes about Fort Erie, the natural heritage features and its proximity to nature and wildlife. So I'm going to support the report as amended. Those are the reasons. There's many, many more, but we're getting close to a curfew. So I'm done.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. No further comment. Councillor Zanko?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't say anything better than the mayor that has just said, but I can say that I've struggled with this as well. I've heard from many, many people, some people that are in favor, some people that are against. I've heard from some people that were under the impression by not approving this report tonight that there will be no development on the site, or that by stalling the process it will exhaust the developer and have him or her just move on. And that really isn't the case in our deliberations. And I just want to mention that I've also heard from many members of the community that are environmentalists and birders, and I can't say that in 3 years there's been a matter that has come forward that has taught me more than this matter has, because I feel like had this not have come forward, I would have very, very little information about birds, or even would I have considered the birds and the natural habitat as much as I have now. I am supporting this. I think that from my perspective, there are many benefits. Also, I have to believe that the NPCA and the MNR and these organizations are the experts, and I have to trust in what they're saying with regard to the site. But I guess, just in closing, I really do appreciate and thank all of the residents that have come forward, whether you're against or you're in favor of this project, because personally, you've all taught me a lot during this process, and I really do appreciate and respect each and every one of your opinion and perspective on this matter. So, thank you.
Councillor, not a motion to further extend to 10:45?
Yes, thank you. I put forward the motion to extend this meeting until 10:45 p.m.
All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Further comments or questions? Councillor Luberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have a whole lot to say other than, when you go through this process, I listen to a lot of the people in the community. I talk to a lot of the people that are pro-environmental, and they didn't ask to stop this development. All they asked is that the environment be considered. And I feel that there's a lot of things that could have been done to consider the environment that wouldn't have taken away anything from this development. And one of the biggest things for me, and one of the biggest things I heard from the people that were out there, was the location of the tower. And I didn't receive any scientific evidence that said it has to be here. Yet I make an amendment just to have somebody review and comment on the location. The amendment gets turned down, and I'm asked to provide scientific evidence to say, yeah, that needs to be moved. That I can't support. I have to give everything on the environmental side, yet it doesn't have to be provided to me or to the people that were against, not the development. I don't know that there was a whole lot of people that said, we don't want those houses there. We don't want, row housing. What the people were upset about was this 10-story building being right smack up against the most sensitive area in the whole development. And nobody was willing to move. I spoke to the developer over the telephone over this, and he said to me that the guy that builds the condos says that if he had to move it, he wasn't interested. He just wasn't interested. It didn't mean that somebody else wouldn't be interested, but he wasn't interested. So that's the bottom line. The condo is not going to be moved. And if you're not willing to make a couple of the amendments that I proposed, because you were all here this evening, you saw every amendment that I brought forward was defeated. Why? Why? I don't know as well as everybody else. When they bring forward an amendment, I think I know as equally as well. But that's not what happens. And my last 3 years here on council, I've watched and I've paid attention. And when it comes to our Environmental Advisory Committee, we are constantly ignored. And again, the environment, yes, they made some amendments. Yes, they made some recommendations that they're going to do this and do that with the environment. But the most important part was the tower. And I can't support it. I'm sorry, but that tower needs to move.
Thank you, Councillor Luberts. Seeing nothing further, before they call the vote, I just want to thank everyone, spectators, my colleagues, those who contributed to the process for their opinions, and most importantly, their civility throughout, right from the open houses to the emails we received to the people who spoke before us and comments right up until tonight. They were passionate, they were thought out, and they were well presented. Having said that, I will call the vote. All in favor of the report as amended? Opposed? That is carried. New business or inquiries under Planning and Development Services? Seeing none, comments on the business status reports? Seeing none, I'll turn the chair back to Mayor Redekop.
Thank you, Councillor Passero, and well done. In terms of infrastructure services, Councillor Zanko, pass the chair to you.
Thank you, and I will make this very fast. Infrastructure Services has no presentations or delegations. We have no reports. Does any member of council have any new business or inquiries? Councillor Nutt?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Walsh and his team for the great job they did during the impending snow disaster that we had last Friday. You know, a lot of people, they often call to tell us what could be done better. how we could do it differently, but lots of people called to say that they were impressed with how the roads crew handled it and how the snow was cleared quickly. So if you could just pass that along, Mr. Walsh, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Noted, and thank you.
Councillor Passero?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Walsh. I know it's beginning, but if we could take a look at High Street from Catherine to Murray and see if we can get that onto our road patching contract. There's a lot of heaving and settling that's occurring in some of those sections to the point where the asphalt, every time a plow goes by, pieces of asphalt are being flown into yards. So if we could take a look at High Street from Catherine to Murray, just certain sections, not full resurfacing, but anything you can do to warrant moving on that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other items of new business or inquiries? Seeing none, are there any questions with the business status report? Seeing none, I will hand the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zanko, and that was very efficient. Scheduling of meetings. Then motion to adjourn.
Yes, Your Worship, just one last thing on scheduling the meetings.
Sure.
Just remind everybody that next week is March break and we're not in session. We had altered the schedule previously. The council and committee meeting for the town of Fort Erie hereby adjourns at 10:38 p.m.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried.